Chapter 1244. A storm is coming. In the region of Mount Royal Sea, King Huai sighed softly. How many days had it been peaceful? In the past few days, the heavenly courts had been mobilizing troops, and the human race was also constantly moving. A huge battle was probably going to break out in the southern region. As a member of the heavenly court, he was also sent to the front lines. A true God expert was still an expert. He could still suppress everything, at least in the outer region battlefield. A true God was still the top fighting power. At this moment, almost none of the great emperors made a move. Ji Hong, who also came to the side to oversee the situation, said softly, "The Great War is about to start again. The sovereign personages are working everywhere." As he spoke, a loud boom rang out. In the next moment, a gigantic island rose into the sky. The Qing Tong of Weiyu Mountain had transformed into an ancient giant. At this moment, he was actually carrying the huge island and moving towards the Sea of Bitterness. Below, the true God realm experts were also stabilizing the island. The land of domain, the Weiyu Mountain, along with the domain, was going to be moved away. At this moment, everyone was stirring. Southern region, Xuanda Paradise. Sovereign Xian Ji broke through the air, his eyes complicated. His voice traveled thousands of miles as he said in a complicated tone, "Qing Tong, you're leaving?" That was the leader of the southern faction. The Xuanda Grotto Heaven was considered as the northern sect back then, and it cultivated the Tao of the body, of the 108 blessed and heavenly lands. Only 3 of them were left. Now, the leader of the southern faction, Wei Yushan, was about to leave. The era of sex had truly fallen. The pride of the era of sex, the Devil Emperor, had fallen, and now there were fewer and fewer domains. Xianji's mood was also extremely complicated. In the distance, Sage Qing Tong was holding a huge island in his hand. He tilted his head and looked in the direction of the island. He said loudly, "Xianji, the world has changed. The era of the sex has completely fallen. From today onwards, there will be no more Weiyu Mountain." The royal residence of the northern faction was no longer the royal residence, but the bloodline of the northern emperor. "Xianji, it's time for the Xuanda Paradise to come to an end." He was going to rely on the divine emperor's bloodline. Mount Wanguo was no longer Mount Wanguo, but the North Emperor's lineages bought Amanda. The 108 blessed grotto heavens were really going to disappear completely. There was only one left, the Xuanda Grotto Heaven. Xianji's expression became even more complicated. He was not the only one. At this moment, many people had mixed feelings. After the fall of the earthly emperor dynasty, the sects rose. However, the rise of the sects didn't last long. They rose and fell because of the demon emperor. After the war between the North and South, the sects had completely declined. And now the sects had walked to the end. Qing Tong had already made up his mind the moment the demon emperor died. This was no longer their era. Time to go. He no longer wanted to stay in the land of 4 wars, no longer wanted to revive the sect, because this era had truly passed. Qing Tong's words made Sovereign Xian Ji feel complicated. He was telling himself that if the Xuanda Grotto Heaven did not completely integrate into the human race, or if not, it had to find its own way out. The Xuanda Grotto Heaven was still maintaining a certain degree of independence. As a result, there was still some estrangement between them and the human race. The look in Sovereign Lord Xian Ji's eyes became more complicated. At this time, a loud and clear voice resounded in all directions, asking, "Moon Spirit, is the royal house moving or submitting to the heavenly court?" He wanted to ask how the leader of the northern faction would choose. The royal house is gone. At this moment, a cold voice came from the direction of Wang Wu Mountain. It was Seiju Wei, not Moon Spirit. The royal house was no longer a sect. It was the North Emperor Dojo. It was the Moon Spirit Heavenly King Dojo. It was no longer the leader of the northern faction in the past. Xian Ji laughed bitterly, feeling a little disappointed. The sect really did not exist anymore. The leaders of the northern and southern factions had already made a decision. The mystic virtue realm should disappear in the long river of history, and he might be the last sect master of the sect world. Master! The few true gods looked at Xianji with complicated expressions. Today, the sect had completely come to an end. The royal house and the Weiyu faction were no longer sections. How would the mystic virtue realm continue? Xianji sighed and said softly, "After this battle, the Xuanda Grotto Heaven will be dissolved. Everyone will find their own way out, enter the 4 factions and 4 palaces, enter the human world to seek the Tao and join the various armies. I will no longer be the sect master." It was time to disperse. Now, the people of the Xuanda Grotto Heaven were still in the Xuanda Grotto Heaven. As a result, they had not integrated with the human race, and there was still a gap. The leaders of the human race were only the human kings, and his existence was very similar to Zhao Xingwu in the past, but more independent. This might not be what the human race wanted. Similarly, it was also not what he wanted. Turning back, looking at the martial artists in the Xuanda Grotto Heaven, those disciples, Xianji's gaze became more and more complicated. Perhaps this old man doesn't care. But what about these disciples of mine? They were not so harmonious with the human race, and they were hostile to the catacombs. They had always been fighting alone. If this went on, there would be heavy casualties. In the end, how many could survive? There should be a result. Xianji did not send any more voice transmissions. He did not speak again. Today, the 108 blessed and heavenly Grotto Heaven were completely gone. The glory of the sect had come to an end. The era of the sect has completely become a legend. At this moment, many people were lamenting. Weiyu Mountain had moved away. Qingtong had brought everyone from Weiyu Mountain to Medicine God Island to seek refuge with the Divine Emperor. Mount Wangwu seemed to be preparing to move too. In fact, not long after Weiyu Mountain moved, the Mount Wangwu area was shaking. Sage Wei, Venerable Emperor Green Lotus, and these people also began to move the royal house about to leave. This was also Moon Spirit's decision. Moon Spirit originally did not plan to leave, but when Feng Ping went to look for her that day, she made up her mind to leave. The rumbling sounds did not stop. At this moment, no one in the 3 realms made a sound. They were all watching silently as Mount Wangwu shook. Wangwu was moving away. The last fear on both sides was gone. Previously, the existence of Wangwu and Weiyu had posed a certain threat to humans and the catacombs. But today the 2 sects had moved. The mystic virtue realm had already sought refuge with the human race. In this land, there were only these 2 forces. Outside Mount Imperial Sea, there were many powerhouses surrounding the governor. At this moment, the governor's eyes were cold and fierce. He looked ahead and shouted in a low voice, "Wangwu and Weiyu are no longer threats. Everyone, a war is about to break out. To Xuanji, destroy Xuanda Grotto Heaven, and make the sect completely a thing of the past." "Yes, sir," a few true gods shouted. Myriad Demon King, Sky Demon King, and a few other venerable emperors were also eager to try. Driving the human race out of the southern region and unifying the land was the heavenly court's biggest goal this time. A few venerable emperors were ready to make a move. On the land of the southern region, at this time the armies of both sides were also fighting nonstop. Blood flowed like a river. A real war was about to break out. A lot of people realized this. The moment Wangwu moved, heaven and earth trembled slightly. The passage of the human race to the southern region started to tremble. The next moment, someone entered the catacombs. To cause such a huge tremor, it must be a powerhouse. Gong Zhuanzi walked out of the passage and looked at the 2 giant islands that were gradually disappearing into the distance. His gaze was also complicated. Soon he chuckled. "The land is weak. Don't sink this last continent. Qingyin, go to 5th heaven for a while." He called for the catacombs governor. In the direction of Mount Imperial Sea, the governor was walking in the air. He was dressed in armor, and his blood was boiling. Hearing this, the governor said lightly, "North Sea, the power lies with the heavenly court. The emperor has returned. In the past, the land of the sect was also conferred by the heavenly court. Do you want to be a traitor?" Gong Juanzi laughed. "You and I have our own masters. There's no need to say more. Qingyin, do you want to go? Let's go there." The governor's tone was calm. He was a top-level saint and had proven his Tao longer than Gong Juanzi. However, Gong Juanzi was not weak. Since Gong Juanzi had chosen him as his opponent, the governor was happy to hold him back. The governor's spear cut through the sky. Layers of overlapping cosmic starry skies appeared in the sky. The governor stepped forward and disappeared into the darkness in the blink of an eye. Gong Juanzi smiled. Like a phantom, he also tore through the void in front of him and walked toward Fifth Heaven. Fifth Heaven was a fatal threat to venerable emperors. However, for top-level saints like them, it was not much of a threat. The two of them stepped into Fifth Heaven one after another. At this moment, the passage trembled slightly again. The senile Tianmu walked out and said with a smile, "I'm also here to join in the fun. Who wants to go to Fifth Heaven with me to see the universe?" Another person walked out of Mount Imperial Sea. Qing Mo said coldly, "Tianmu, I'll go with you." Tianmu looked at Qing Mo and smiled. He bent his back and easily broke through the sky with his walking stick. He stepped into the air and entered. Qing Mo snorted coldly and quickly followed. In the sea, Taoist Feng Yin came over on the waves with a smile on his face. He said with a smile, "Haiyu, why don't we go and have a chat?" Haiyu said calmly, "There aren't enough human saints." "It's okay, as long as there are enough heavenly kings." Feng Yin laughed. Haiyu said calmly, "You betrayed King Kun. Aren't you afraid that he will kill you?" Feng Yin laughed and said, "What betrayal? It's just cooperation, including the human clan. We can only win by cooperating. Haiyu, you're a saint. Do you want us to become someone else's slaves?" Haiyu frowned and said no more. She shattered the void and entered the space crack instantly. Feng Yun also followed her in. One saint after another walked into Fifth Heaven. Soon, another strong cultivator arrived. Kai Dai Fairy and Taoist nun Wenxian, the two saints from the Spirit Emperor's bloodline, stepped into the air. They didn't talk. Two more saints from the catacombs arrived and entered Fifth Heaven together. Of the 11 saints from the catacombs, 5 went in. There were still 6 saints who had no opponents, including the 2 strongest kings. They restrained the strong and killed the weak. If one side couldn't restrain all the other side strong, it would be difficult for a venerable emperor to fight the saints. Imperial Sea Mountain. Li Zhu's figure flashed and looked in the direction of the sea, at the human clan's line of defense. 5 saints. This was the full saint-level combat power of the human clan. As for Lin Hai and Cosmic Dragon, they were either independent or had submitted to King Kun. Venerable Emperor Yulong of Yulong Heaven had saint-level combat power, but he was obviously not prepared to fight this time. The 6 saints were still there. At this moment, the world shook again. Dragon Transformation walked out of the passage and said with a smile, "How many people can I take with me?" No one answered. The next moment, among the 6 saints, except for the heavenly sword and the 2 kings, the other 3 saints tore the void and entered the 9th heaven. 3 saints were enough to fight Dragon Transformation. Dragon Transformation smiled and said, "Not bad. I thought there were only 2 people. I wanted to see if I could kill one." 2 saints could hold him back for a while, but there was a risk of dying. 3. It would be difficult for him to do that. Dragon Transformation also left. The 3 saints gathered together at this moment, their gazes solemn. They were still experts on the human clan side. The next moment, Lin Zi walked out of the passage. Li Zhu smiled. At this moment, a huge cauldron rose from the direction of the Sea of Bitterness. The Palm Seal envoy's voice sounded. Lindsay, long time no see. Let's catch up. Lindsay said coldly, you have a big heart. You were suppressed by your disciple for thousands of years, but you are still willing to be ordered by him. Why say so much? Humph. Lindsay held the Cat Palace and was not afraid of him. Although the Palm Seal envoy was at the Breaking Seven, he had been suppressed for many years and had not fully recovered. She was at the peak of the Breaking Six and had a divine weapon in hand. The other party's myriad world cauldron was not bad, but it was still slightly inferior to a divine weapon. Lindsay stepped into the air and quickly headed for the Sea of Bitterness. The probability of these experts fighting was not high. At this moment, Zhang Tao walked out and said with a smile, Brotherly, let's chat. You're not enough. Li Zhu smiled and said, Call the God Creation envoys cloned together, otherwise. Brother Zhang, you shouldn't be my match, right? You old thing. You're really clear about your calculations. Zhang Tao laughed and said, How can you be so calculative? How can it be in line with your identity? Forget it. I'll chat with Senior God Creation Envoy. In the blink of an eye, a few figures appeared in the void, and soon they merged into one. The God Creation Envoy said lazily, Isn't it good for people like us to sleep at home? Why did you have to come out and lose your identity for no reason? Forget it. Since you're here, let's chat. I'm not too familiar with you, Li Zhu. It's good to get to know you. Li Zhu laughed and quickly stepped into the air. Zhang Tao and the God Forging Envoy looked at each other and followed him in. At this moment, Li Zhu's voice was heard again. Heavenly King Jin, take a rest. Brother, you will be back soon. Heavenly King Jin doesn't want to become the Three Realms' public enemy, right? The three saints were together to guard against Fong Ping. The two kings' combat strength was powerful, and the Heavenly Sword was conferred the title of Palm Seal Envoy. With these three together, even if Fong Ping had a few venerable emperors, it would still be difficult to break through their defense. At this moment, heaven and earth shook, and the Heavenly King Zhen's laughter was heard. Didn't Hung Yu go to the earthly king's old haunt with Moon Spirit? If that's the case, I'd better come and watch the show. Li Zhu's voice came from the void, and he said with a smile, I knew it. If you didn't come out, things would have ended here. Since you've come out, I'll have to trouble you this time. Lord Weapon Master. Sigh. A sigh was heard. The next moment, the Weapon Master walked out of the void with the divine spear in his hand. The Heavenly King Zhen put his hands behind his back and looked at him from afar. He said with a smile, Old man, you want to be my enemy? The Weapon Master said in a low voice, I promised Hung Yu. If you don't do anything, I won't do anything to the human race. Li Zhen at our realm, why do you cut the crap? The Heavenly King Zhen said coldly, Back then, you and I discussed Tao for many days, and we were good friends. Now, you've recovered, and you've come to make trouble for me. Since you've made this choice, don't blame me for not considering the past. After you. The Weapon Master's spear broke the heavens and earth. At that moment, everyone felt a chill. In the void, they could vaguely see the realm barrier of the eighth heaven shattering. The Weapon Master and the Heavenly King Jin were about to enter the eighth heaven. The Heavenly King Jin smiled. I hope you won't regret it in the future. The Weapon Master said softly, You can't win. Moon Spirit asked Hung Yu to go to the earthly emperor retreat with her, and Hung Yu knew what you were thinking. However, the 8,000 years of hatred between him and Moon Spirit should come to an end. So Hung Yu went. That's good too. Moon Spirit didn't want to communicate with him before, but after this, I think it's time to settle things between them. When Moon Spirit suggested going out for a walk, Hung Yu already knew something. This was not in line with Moon Spirit's personality. However, he did not refuse. There were indeed things between him and Moon Spirit that should come to an end. The Weapon Master's existence was the reason why he could leave. Actually, it made no difference whether he was there or not. If he was there, the Weapon Master would not act. If he was not there, The weapon master would help him once to stop the heavenly King Jin. To Hong Yu and Li Zhu, Moon Spirit's appearance did not change anything. Everything was the same as before. The three powerful saints were still facing the same people. Nothing had changed. Be careful. At this moment, in the direction of Imperial Sea Mountain, Tianming said, Sky Sword, don't be careless. Monitor the surroundings. Fang Ping hasn't appeared yet. I'm afraid his target is you. Tianji, and I will pay more attention. With the three of us working together, even if Fang Ping appears, he won't be able to change anything. In the sky far away, Sky Sword did not reply. Right now, he was controlling the Heavenly King's Seal and the Saint's Order, expanding the area covered by the light. In the area covered by the light, the Catacombs Army's recovery ability was stronger. Fang Ping did not know how to use the Heavenly King's Seal and the Saint's Order, but he did. The stalemate was to strengthen the Catacombs Army so that they could wipe out the humans. On the opposite side, the three venerable emperors were using the heaven confining bell to resist the light. However, they were sweating profusely. They could not take it anymore. At this moment, a sword gleam pierced through the air. In the next moment, Old Man Li came with his sword. The sky-crushing sword floated up and attacked together with the heaven-confining bell, forcing the Heavenly King's Seal and the Saint's Order's light back instantly. At this moment, the human army below erupted. The sound of killing shook the sky, and the Catacombs Army was forced to retreat. Old Man Li's face was as cold as water. He looked at Sky Sword opposite him and said coldly, If you want to take over the Southern Territory, we'll have to see what you're capable of. Three venerable emperors and him, with two divine weapons in their hands, were not afraid of Sky Sword opposite them. As for the two kings, they did not intervene. They dared not intervene either. Fang Ping had not appeared yet. Who knew where he was hiding? They had to be on guard against Fang Ping at all times. At this moment, Li Zhu's voice came from the void. Attack, kill Xianji, and take over the Southern Territory. As soon as he said that, dozens of powerhouses, auras, rose from Imperial Sea Mountain. Many venerable emperors' auras erupted. In the direction of Xuande Grotto, powerhouses below the Paragon level left one after another. In an instant, only those venerable emperors and Paragon level were left. This was their battlefield. Heavenly Demon King, Myriad Demon King, Whale Unicorn, a total of 5 emperor-level auras rose. That was not all. In the next moment, King Feng's aura rose. He was also emperor-level. 6 venerable emperors. On the human side, Xianji and God of War soared into the sky. They were the only 2 venerable emperors. At this moment, both Xianji and God of War frowned. In the direction of Misery, another person's aura rose, blocking Earthshing, who was about to step onto the ground in the next moment. King Hua blocked Earthshing. There were a total of 6 venerable emperors on the other side, and they only had 2. At this moment, Heavenly Emperor Xianming and Heavenly Emperor Guanming had not arrived yet. Even if they arrived, it would be 4 against 6. God of War held the giant axe in his hand, gritted his teeth, and said in a muffled voice, Don't be afraid. Our human powerhouses are all existences that can fight 1 against 3. Xianji wanted to cry. You make it sound like it's true. You're a newly advanced, venerable emperor. Even King Feng has no problem beating you. The powerhouses on all sides were holding each other back so that the battle on their side could proceed smoothly. After killing a few venerable emperors and those absolute powerhouses, the humans had no choice but to retreat. Similarly, after killing the venerable emperors and true gods in the catacombs, the other side had no choice but to retreat as well. In the current situation, the kings did not meet the kings. God of War smiled and said, It's okay. There's still you too. At this moment, the other side's powerhouses were already flying over. Waves of powerful aura and pressure swept over. At this moment, the heavens and earth roared. Someone was about to open a void passage and descend. However, right at this moment, a clear shout resounded in all directions. In the air, translucent roots that resembled crystal veins densely covered the sky and sealed off the space. Not only Tianyu, more than a dozen true god realm monster plants, together with Tianyu, sealed the void in an instant, not giving the passage a chance to open. In the void, energy exploded. The projections of the two heavenly emperors, Guanming and Xianming, appeared. At this moment, they were both frowning. Something had happened. The void passage was sealed. Even if it wasn't sealed, these monster plant powerhouses that Tianyu brought were enough to hold them back. The human side were in big trouble. Xianji's expression also changed slightly. Something had happened. Tianyu had really achieved emperor rank. Moreover, King Hua and King Feng's appearance was not in the plan. This was different from what Fang Ping had said that day. 6 emperor ranks against 2 of them. Not only that, the other side had more than 50 true gods. On their side, even if all the powerhouses had gathered, there were less than 30 impasse realm powerhouses. The power balance was unbalanced. Trouble. A light laugh resounded through heaven and earth. One by one, heavenly king seals and saint tokens appeared. In the next moment, rays of brilliance erupted between heaven and earth. Fang Ping laughed heartily. Teacher Li, the few of you go and help Senior Xianji, and the others kill. Just 6 emperor ranks. Just kill them all. I'd like to see which of these 3 saints dares to leave. Fang Ping's aura was not apparent. Laughing heartily, he stepped on the void. On the opposite side, the 3 saints were facing a great enemy. Old Man Li saw the situation and breathed a sigh of relief. He laughed heartily. All right, then I'll leave this side to you. As soon as he finished speaking, he brought Shan Haotian, Ming Ting, and Sika Lu, the 3 emperor ranks, holding the sky-crushing sword and hurrying over. Fang Ping chuckled. 6 against 6, but I don't have as many paragons as you guys. Of course, Longevity Sword isn't an ordinary venerable emperor either. Now it's even. After Fang Ping finished laughing, he sighed again. I didn't expect that old weapon master to actually come. He ruined my plan. Fang Ping was helpless. He spoke casually. Without the weapon master here, Han Yu left. This time, I was prepared to kill you guys. But this old bastard suddenly intervened. When I break through 8, I'll let this old bastard have a taste of my power. Fang Ping looked regretful. On the opposite side, Sky Sword said coldly, Fang Ping, give up. Although you're strong, with the 3 of us here, there's nothing you can do. Fang Ping laughed. 3 people. Is it really enough? Rumble. A loud noise resounded through heaven and earth. It was not Fang Ping's side that attacked. Instead, in the Venerable Emperor area, the powerhouses were fighting each other. Chapter 1245. More than 10 venerable emperors and dozens of true gods broke out in an instant. In the West Mountain catacombs, the world was turned upside down. The ground sank and the sky shattered. Li Changsheng, holding the sky-crushing sword, was fighting against an emperor, displaying shocking strength. His figure turned illusory and disappeared instantly. In the next moment, the heavenly demon king's golden body exploded. His origin energy dispersed, and he returned to his true form of the great golden-winged rock. He screamed madly in pain. The myriad demon king roared and quickly went to help. The other true gods and the extra true gods began to surround and kill the human venerable emperors. Old Man Li single-handedly held back 2 powerful venerable emperors. Not only that, but he was also killing the heavenly demon king until he was bleeding profusely. The expressions of the powerhouses in the surrounding void changed again and again. 2 powerful venerable emperors were no match for Li Changsheng. Old Man Li's body turned into a void. With the sky-crushing sword in hand, his combat power was unparalleled among the venerable emperors. Kill! The sound of fighting shook the world. In the blink of an eye, a true god died. The venerable emperor that the catacombs' true gods chose to kill was Shen Haotian, the venerable emperor who had become an emperor through Tao. However, Shen Haotian had been fighting everywhere since he established neo-martial school. Although these catacombs' true kings had fought many battles, they were still not as good as Shen Haotian. 6 real gods besieged him. Logically speaking, 6 real gods should have no problem dealing with an emperor level who had used the Tao to prove his Tao. However, the result was unexpected. Shen Haotian killed a true god in the blink of an eye at the cost of an arm, causing the first change in the war. The powerhouses maintained their composure. Today, the death of a true god was not as sensational as it was in the past. However, because of the longevity swordsman's strength, although the catacombs' true gods had more, they did not have any advantage. Fang Ping did not make a move. Instead, he was watching the battle. After watching for a while, he suddenly laughed. Interesting. Li Zhu, you old brat, you've been scheming for a long time. Aren't you afraid that you'll go bald? In the void, Li Zhu laughed. You don't have to worry about that, King Human. As the two of them spoke, a seal in the royal sea mountains shattered. In the blink of an eye, a giant dragon soared into the sky. A black dragon. It was the guardian monster of Destiny Royal Court. Its son had been killed by Fang Ping in the emperor's tomb, and it had always wanted to seek revenge on Fang Ping. The guardian demonic beast was powerful to begin with. After the death of the fake king, Xianlong had kept a low profile in the fake heavenly tomb. Now he had actually reached the emperor level. He transformed into his dragon form, roared, and charged out of Mount Royal Sea. Fang Ping, you killed my son. I can't kill you. But if I kill Longevity Sword, I'll make you suffer just as much. The mystic dragon's body was huge, and its aura was immense as well. An emperor-level dragon was more powerful than an ordinary emperor-level dragon. At this moment, the mystic dragon was charging toward Li Changxing while the 3 emperors surrounded the Longevity Sword. The place where Xianlong had broken through the void had been sealed. A heavenly king stage elite had taken action to conceal this venerable emperor's aura. Needless to say, it was Li Zhu's doing. Within the 6th heaven, Li Zhu stepped into the air and said with a smile, "The Longevity Sword is surprising. He has just become a true god, yet he has the strength to kill an emperor." However, the Myriad Demon King and the Heavenly Demon King are both top-notch emperors. With the addition of the profound dragon, can the Longevity Sword escape this calamity? On the opposite side, Zhang Tao said with a smile, "What do you think? Li Zhu, guess how many true gods and emperors will die this time? Brother Zhang, why don't you guess how many of your humans will die?" Li Zhu chuckled and said lightly, "Stop hiding. Come out and meet Longevity Sword." As soon as he said that, the void below shattered, and an old man walked out. His eyes were blood-red as he roared, "Fang Ping, you destroyed my Huatong mountain. Did you ever think that this day would come?" Among the 3 territories that Fang Ping had destroyed, Mount Luofu's Saint Qingjing was killed, and Void Mausoleum's Venerable Emperor was refined by Old Zhang. However, Venerable Emperor Huatong did not show up at Huatong Mountain. This was a powerhouse whose strength was close to a saint level. He was a powerhouse below the 10 major Grotto Heavens and the first Grotto Heavens powerhouse. He was a powerhouse who was not at a disadvantage when he fought with Gong Zhuanzi. At this moment, this venerable emperor whose strength was close to a saint level had also appeared. Clearly, this was arranged by Li Zhu. There were many more emperor-level powerhouses than before. King Hua, King Feng, Xianlong, Venerable Emperor Huatong. These people were all unexpected venerable emperors. At this moment, the 4 venerable emperors joined forces to kill Longevity Sword. If the 4 venerable emperors fought with a saint-level powerhouse, even a saint-level powerhouse might not be a match for them. In the blink of an eye, Old Man Li was heavily injured. "Li Zhu, is there more?" Fang Ping smiled. "Is this all you have? Including King Hua, there are only 9 venerable emperors. How petty. Can't you have a few more?" As soon as he finished speaking, Li Zhu's voice came from the void. He said with a smile, "Fang Ping, if you like it, I'll satisfy you." At this moment, Fang Ping's expression changed slightly. Rumble. Two passageways appeared in the void, and two experts with crowns on their heads stepped out of them. A grandmaster. There were 28 places in the Outland. Some of the Outland masters had died, but there were still many Outland masters left. Some had joined the divine sects, some had joined the humans, and some had joined the catacombs. 2 more had come. There were 11 emperor-level powerhouses. Fang Ping sighed. "Li Zhu, you have 11 saint-level powerhouses and 11 emperor-level powerhouses. Are you addicted to being single? You want 11 for everything?" Li Zhu chuckled. "Fang Ping, there's no use talking. 2 heavenly emperors kill Li Changsheng." He wanted to use the extra powerhouses to kill Li Changsheng. 6 venerable emperors besieging Li Changsheng. Even a saint-level powerhouse would have a high chance of being killed by 6 emperors. The 2 venerable emperors who had just come out charged toward old man Li instantly. Fang Ping sighed. "That day, you helped the evildoer kill my human powerhouses with the catacombs. In the Spirit Emperor Dojo, I killed some venerable emperors, but you still don't know what's good for you." Fang Ping sighed. "We killed 2 of the 4 Brahma Masters. Dragon turned into a heavenly emperor and became a heavenly king. You still dare to go against us. How dare you?" As soon as he said that, the expressions of the 2 new venerable emperors changed slightly. There were a total of 4 Grandmaster Emperors here. If the 2 humans were added, there would be a total of 6 Grandmaster Emperors participating in the battle. This was almost the limit of the Grandmasters. Fang Ping laughed and said, "Sage Yulong, make your move." After this, Yulong Heaven will be able to connect to the human world without any obstructions. Ha ha ha. Many thanks, sovereign personage. As soon as he said that, a giant hand appeared in the sky. With a bang, it charged towards the king of 10,000 goblins and the others. A sage had appeared, Heavenly Emperor Yulong, the final celestial emperor of the 4 Brahma heavens. The moment Heavenly Emperor Yulong made a move, he instantly isolated the battlefield, blocking the 2 outer heaven Empyreans, as well as the profound dragon and Heavenly Emperor Huitong, the 4 powerhouses. Venerable Emperor Huitong roared angrily, "Yulong, Fang Ping destroyed my grotto heaven. If you make a move now, I will definitely kill you when I become a saint." "Then go to hell." Heavenly Emperor Yulong smiled brilliantly. There were no weaklings among the masters of the 4 Brahma heavens. Although the 4 emperors were very strong, at that very moment there were many real gods behind him who attacked together with him. They were entangled with the 4 emperors in an instant. Both sides revealed their trump cards. Fang Ping chuckled. "Li Zhu, that's not enough. Was it a big deal to have a few more venerable sovereigns? Look, 1 sage is enough to cancel it out. Are there any more?" Li Zhu sighed. "I guessed that he would make a move. Since Yulong's son has entered the human world, how can you give up on roping him in?" "I know. You can't do it with this little strength." Fang Ping laughed. At this moment, there were more and more venerable sovereigns participating in the battle. There were also many sages. If War King and the others did not leave in the human world, the humans would still have the advantage. Li Zhu did not reply. He had been watching Fang Ping closely. Even if he had entered the 6th heaven, he was still watching Fang Ping. Would Fang Ping make a move? At this moment, the combat strength of both sides was still equal. Although Yulong was strong, he was only a sage, not a heavenly king. Among the 4 emperors, Huitong had a vague tendency to become a saint. Once he succeeded, Yulong would definitely be defeated. At that time, it would be a chain reaction. Li Zhu watched for a while, frowning slightly. Fang Ping did not make a move. Although the 3 sages were all top-notch sages, according to his understanding of Fang Ping, it was normal for Fang Ping to make a move. There was no reason that Fang Ping could hold back after seeing the Heavenly King seal and the sage's token. The battle was still going on. Golden blood splashed all over the void. Not only them, but the armies were still fighting. The martial artists who participated in the battle from both sides densely covered the entire southern territory. There were more than 1 million martial artists participating in the battle. At this moment, they were fighting bloody, and the entire sky was dyed blood red. Fang Ping waited for a while and sighed. I don't really like to reveal my trump cards slowly with you guys. It's a waste of time. Make a move. As soon as these words came out, deep in the sea of sufferings, a bull's roar resounded between heaven and earth. Rumble. The Tao appeared, and an incomparably huge old bull appeared. Human King, Water Force is here. Emperor Nan's mount, Water Force. At this moment, this old bull, while stepping on the air and proving his Tao as a saint, laughed loudly and said, King Hua, seeing that you have cooperated with the humans before, I won't trample you to death now that you have forsaken the darkness for the light. King Hua's expression changed. At this moment, he was fighting with Earth Xing, hearing those words and sensing the water buffalo's increasingly powerful aura getting closer and closer. Zhang Xian's expression kept changing. A sage, Water Force, had broken through to the Saint Realm. Water Force, why do you have to make things difficult for the juniors? Behind Water Force, the white-robed Yuan gang sighed. Human King, you killed Jiu Xian. I originally didn't want to be enemies with the humans, but now I have no choice. Fang Ping smiled. I understand, it's understandable. I have a very good impression of you, but your Jiu Xian's attitude towards me is too bad. There's no other way. Senior Water Force, it's good for you to learn from Senior Yuan Gang. Fang Ping, you dared to kill Jiu Xian. Do you think this matter is over? At this moment, another saint broke through the air and arrived. Apart from Yuan Gang, the Emperor's bloodline had another saint who had previously joined the divine sect with Yuan Gang. Now they were all here. In the void, this saint broke through the air and arrived, his expression extremely gloomy. Jiu Xian, the head of the female officials in the Emperor's palace. The human world was also the dojo set by the Emperor. The Emperor's bloodline had to participate in the war against the humans. This saint did not waste any time. Similarly, he ignored Water Force and quickly attacked Earth Xing. He wanted to kill Earth Xing and turn the situation around. At this moment, the death of an emperor would definitely cause a domino effect. Fang Ping shook his head. There are so many saints. Aren't you afraid that the emperor's bloodline will all die? Senior, I'll have to trouble you. At this moment, in the direction of the extreme path Divine Island, a world descended. Lin Hai broke through the air and said in a low voice, Human King, I only trap the enemy, not kill them. Up to you. Fang Ping smiled. Don't worry. Last time, I used Old Yao's favor. This time, I'm using Old Wang's. I'm still missing an Iron Head's favor. After using it 3 times, it's only right that you don't attack. Li Zhu was suddenly speechless. He understood. Lin Hai attacked because Fang Ping used the reincarnations of the Extreme Path 3 emperors in exchange for 3 favors. This guy even sold out his own people. Another 4 saint-level powerhouses appeared. At this moment, there were 13 saint-level powerhouses from the catacombs. On the human side, there were also a total of 8 saint-level powerhouses. If Li Changsheng was included, there would be 9 saint-level powerhouses. More than 20 saint-level powerhouses had once again exceeded the previous limit of saint-level battles. King Kuan, does the divine sect have to get involved? Fang Ping laughed loudly. Forget about the 2 saint-level emperors. After all, I killed their emperor's concubine. But if you let others participate in the battle, King Kuan, do you really think you can take advantage of it? Aren't you thinking too much? From a faraway place, King Kuan's voice came. You're thinking too much. I have no authority over the Imperial Tao. Is that so? Are the 2 saint-level emperors from the Divine Emperor and East Emperor going to attack? No, the Divine Emperor still has Saint Qing Tong. The East Emperor also has Heavenly Emperor Wuya. Are they going to attack? There were still a total of 4 saint-level emperors who had not attacked. No, there was also Yu Wei, the North Emperor's saint, who had not attacked either. This has nothing to do with the East Emperor. The Divine Emperor doesn't care about worldly matters. Don't count us in, human king. As soon as this was said, the powerhouses from both sides spoke up one after another, drawing a clear line between them. They would not get involved. Fang Ping laughed and said again, Li Zhu, who else? Ask him to come out. Where's Tian Kuei? I don't believe that you haven't thought of roping in Tian Kuei. Tian Kuei has 4 saint-level emperors with him. You won't ignore such a powerful force, right? Li Zhu's voice came. Is there a need? Fang Ping, if this battle drags on and Brother Yu returns, do you still have doubts about who will win and who will lose? Nonsense. What's there to be afraid of when Heavenly King Zhen fights 2 alone? Fang Ping said casually, even if Hong Yu returns, what can he do? It's the same for Heavenly King Jinwang. It's the same for 2. If you can't do it, then come at me with 3. I believe Heavenly King Zhen Wang can do it too. In 8th heaven, Heavenly King Zhen looked up at the sky. Although it was pitch black, he was still looking. He could not be bothered with Fang Ping. What did he mean by fighting 2 and 3? Opposite him, the weapon master did not speak either. He was definitely not as good as Heavenly King Zhen now. He could hold him back, but even if Hong Yu came, the result would probably be the same. At their level, unless they fought to the death, Heavenly King Zhen would be like this even if he held back 1 or 2. What Fang Ping said was not wrong. At this time, Zhang Tao said impatiently, Fang Ping, kill those 3 saint-level emperors. What's the point of delaying? If this goes on, Absolute Peak will die. It's not worth it. 3 top-notch saint-level emperors. It's not easy to kill. At this time, Fang Ping looked at the 3 people opposite him and sighed. You 3, why don't you try and kill them? Bang! Fang Ping pierced through space and punched out instantly. The 3 saint-level emperors roared. Heavenly Sword wielded the Heavenly King Seal, and the 2 kings each wielded their holy weapons to fight Fang Ping. Rumble! A loud noise was heard. Fang Ping retreated a few thousand meters. The 3 saint-level emperors looked solemn. At this moment, Tianming's fist was dripping with blood. He looked at Fang Ping coldly, not saying a word. The 3 of them fought with Fang Ping. They suffered a small loss. Fang Ping did not gain any advantage either. Slash! Fang Ping shouted. In the blink of an eye, the 3 saint-level emperors' origins merged into one. The 3 of them retreated dozens of steps. Fang Ping was also bleeding from the corner of his mouth, his origin qi dissipating. Slashing the origin did not have any effect. The 3 saint-level emperors actually wanted to attack together. Their origins merged into one. They might really have the combat strength of a heavenly king, even surpassing the average broken 6 heavenly kings. These 3 saint-level emperors were too powerful. It was not an exaggeration to say that they were comparable to 5 saint-level emperors. Seeing this, Fang Ping said helplessly, they really think highly of me. The 3 of you, why don't we forget it and wait for the results? Nobody paid attention to him. The 3 of them did not take the initiative to attack either. They just defended Fang Ping. The 3 of them were extremely vigilant. Fang Ping's gaze changed slightly, and he retreated a little. But at this moment, in the void, the space fluctuated. 2 saint tokens appeared. Not only that, Heavenly Sword growled, and the Heavenly King Seal appeared. The 2 kings also quickly separated, holding a saint token in their hands. At this moment, the void trembled. 4 saint-level emperors appeared. Heavenly Sword moved his hand. The other 2 among the 4 also quickly obtained their saint tokens. 7 saint-level emperors. In the void, 8 saint tokens and a heavenly king's seal appeared. The void was sealed. Fong Ping sighed. Sky Chief, are you guys crazy? The 4 saint-level emperors that Sky Chief took away that day. They all appeared now. But Sky Chief had not appeared yet. 7 top-level emperors surrounded Fong Ping. The saint token sealed the void. At this moment, one of the emperors said in a low voice, "Human King, hand over the saint token and heavenly king seal. We will leave immediately." They did not want to start a war with the humans, but they also wanted the saint token and heavenly king seal. Since Sky Chief had the 9 emperor seals, how could he not care? Fong Ping had too many saint tokens and heavenly king seals. Robbing Fong Ping was better than searching for them for 100 years. The 4 emperors were here. As for Sky Chief, he must have restrained his aura and did not make a move. Otherwise, the heavenly king's aura could not be concealed. But with the 3 powerhouses, 7 people were enough. Sky Chief really made a move. It seems like Li Zhu and Hong Yu have reached an agreement with Sky Chief. At this moment, in the divine sect, the scene appeared in front of King Kuan. Seeing Fong Ping being surrounded by the 7 emperors, King Kuan shook his head. King Qian said softly, "Sky Chief has also broken through 7. Once he makes a move, I'm afraid Fong Ping will not be able to escape. No matter how strong Heavenly King Jin is, after Hong Yu returns, he can join forces with the Weapon Master and hold Heavenly King Jin back." King Jin could not help but say, "Why don't we take this opportunity to kill Fong Ping? If we make a move, Fong Ping will definitely die." King Kuan waved his hand and said, "Don't be too hasty. Why should we be someone else's chess piece? It doesn't matter if both sides are injured or if one side dies. If we don't make a move, we won't suffer any losses. It doesn't matter if Fong Ping kills the 7 emperors or if they kill Fong Ping. We will still be the winners. Once we make a move, we might become the targets of both sides. How do you know that Li Zhu and Fong Ping are not acting? Once we make a move, we might be the ones to die." King Kuan was not stupid. If he made a move now, he might become the targets of both sides. Instead of that, why not wait? No matter who died, they wouldn't lose anything. They would only benefit from it. King Jen said unwillingly, "That heavenly king's seal." King Kuan could not help but shout, "What's the hurry? If Fong Ping is killed, we don't even need to make a move. We must get the heavenly king's seal and King Jen's seal back unless the fake heavenly court wants to be surrounded and killed by us and the human race. If that's the case, we don't need to make a move." King Jen thought about it and nodded slightly. He was too impatient. It was Fong Ping who stole his heavenly king's seal and almost killed him. He was a little afraid of Fong Ping. If Fong Ping did not die, this fear would not disappear. The 7 sages appeared and surrounded Fong Ping from all directions. Fong Ping sighed. As expected, there is always a possibility. "Tian Kuei, you are ruthless. Didn't you just ask for 2 sage tokens? You actually colluded with Hong Yu and the others. You idiot, you are hopeless. The new heavenly court needs the 9 emperor seals the most. Do you think you can escape this calamity? Human King, please forgive me." At this moment, a voice transmission came from the void. "Human King, hand over the heavenly king's seal and sage token, and I will not make things difficult for you. Are you going to attack me?" Fong Ping looked around and smiled. "You are very strong. If you attack me, I will be in trouble." Tian Kuei said softly, "No, I will not show myself. I don't dare to either. Once I show myself, I might become your target. The 9 emperor seals are very important after all, so Human King, don't worry." He would not show himself. He could only maximize his benefits by hiding in the dark. If he showed himself, Li Zhu and the others might target him. It was enough for the 4 sages to be his spokesperson. At this moment, Tian Kuei's real body had not even arrived. It was only a clone. He was afraid too. When Fong Ping heard this, he smiled. "That's good. I can still be saved. Although the 7 sages are strong, it is not that easy to kill me. It is good that you are not here. This is a blessing in disguise." As he spoke, the sages had already shrunk the encirclement, compressing Fang Ping's space of movement. The 7 sages closed in on Fang Ping step by step. At this moment, in the void, King Wu and the others were frowning. Fang Ping had secretly roped in many reinforcements. However, the catacombs were more prepared than they were. Li Zhu and Hong Yu were not idiots. This time, they had roped in too many people. There were 2 sages from the emperor's bloodline and 4 from Tian Kuei's bloodline. There were 6 more saint-level powerhouses than expected. This was enough to change many things. Fang Ping was in trouble. Zhang Tao felt helpless. Did this brat rope in the celestial pole and the others? Fang Ping would not tell him what he was doing. If not, he might not be a match for the 7 sages alone. Opposite him, Li Zhu laughed. "Brother Zhang, why don't we both take a step back? Now that the humans have retreated from the southern region, let's call this battle off, lest we hurt the harmony and let others take advantage of us." If the 7 sages joined forces, Fang Ping would be in danger if they dragged on. Zhang Tao snorted softly. At this moment, a great battle broke out. The 7 sages attacked at the same time. Fang Ping's speed was extremely fast. The sage order and heavenly king seal suppressed the void, circling around his body. The god-slaying saber appeared and disappeared like a ghost, attacking in all directions rapidly. However, it was still difficult to match the 7 sages. Even 2 heavenly kings who broke 6 might not be able to defeat these 7 sages if they joined forces. Fang Ping wanted to break out of the encirclement. As soon as he defeated one person, the others shifted and switched positions. In the blink of an eye, another sages appeared, blocking Fang Ping and not giving him a chance to leave. The encirclement was getting smaller and smaller. This scene made both Li Zhu and Zhang Tao frown. Zhang Tao was worried about Fang Ping's safety. Li Zhu thought, does Fang Ping have no other tricks up his sleeves? This time, Fang Ping's trap seemed to be quite simple. However, after thinking about it, he was extremely well prepared this time. A total of 17 sages were participating in the battle. This was probably beyond Fang Ping's expectations. He probably has no other tricks up his sleeves, Li Zhu murmured in his heart. At the same time, Emperor West's dojo. Tianji pursed his lips. When he heard Sheng Nan's report on the battle situation, he said impatiently, I told you not to watch the battle. Why do you care about them? Look for yourself. Including the longevity sword, there are 26 sages participating in the battle. What do you think you can do if you go out? Sheng Nan smiled bitterly. The prince was right. The battle had just started. In the blink of an eye, more than 20 sages had appeared. Other than the Chu clan, more than half of the saints from the 3 realms had participated in the battle this time. What happened to the promised battle of emperors? What happened to the promised battle of the armies? Sheng Nan sighed in his heart. From the looks of it, Emperor West was indeed weak. Without much, 5 sages were already comparable to the total strength of Emperor West. They did not even care about those heavenly kings. No wonder the prince was so scared that he dared not go out. Tianji did not care about him. He studied the chessboard and said lightly, wait and see. It's not over yet. Who would believe that Fang Ping did not consider this possibility? I think he still has a backup plan. Could it be a mess? If so, there will be a good show to watch this time. Chapter 1246. 7 against 1. What a bully! Fang Ping kept retreating from the attacks, but he was still laughing. I've only been at the peak for a few days. Is it appropriate for 7 saints to fight me? You have a sharp tongue. Tian Ji snorted coldly. Fang Ping dodged his attack and scolded. Sissy, have you and Tianming been messing around in the dark for countless years? You've been together all this time, better than a married couple. You're a male and a female, right? Rumble. There was an explosion. Tian Ji's whip hit Fang Ping's golden body, leaving a bloody mark. Fong Ping scolded. You and Tianming have such hobbies, but I don't. I'm warning you. Stop using the whip, or I'll turn on you. Tianming, Sky Sword, and the others frowned. Fong Ping's incessant filthy language was really irritating. They became more and more intense. The battle seemed calm, but it was extremely dangerous, especially for Fong Ping. Rumble. The 7 saints suddenly unleashed their mentality at the same time, pressuring Fong Ping until his expression froze. The 7 of them attacked at the same time. With a splat, Tianming's saber slashed Fong Ping's arm. The saber was stuck in the bone, golden blood gushing out. Fong Ping recovered quickly. His face was slightly pale, but he smiled. Not bad. I'm going to use my ultimate move now. They were on guard. Fong Ping suddenly shouted, Weapon Master, attack Li Zhu! The roar resounded through the sky. The void froze. Sky Sword and the others' expressions changed dramatically, but they quickly recovered. They stared at Fong Ping coldly, almost dying from anger. Childish. Li Zhu snorted, speechless. Fong Ping was really annoying sometimes. In 8th heaven, the Weapon Master's eyebrows twitched, but he did not say anything. Palm print. Kill a saint when you enter 5th heaven. Fong Ping, don't do such boring things again. On the other side, the Palm print master was also speechless. Wasn't he childish? Yuan Gang, go back on your words. Yuan Gang did not say anything. Shout all you want. I'll admit defeat if I respond. Fong Ping was hit by the 7 saints again, blood splattering everywhere. He shouted angrily, Hong Kun, kill a heavenly king, and I'll give you a divine weapon. No one responded. King Kun did not respond at all, lest he was dragged into the mire by Fong Ping. Fong Ping was helpless. He looked at Destiny. Destiny, you're defecting. Everyone from Celestial Sword looked grim, attacking Fong Ping in a frenzy. Fong Ping's 2 fists were no match for 4 hands, but his golden body was strong, so he could still hold on for a while. Heavenly Plant, Heavenly Sword, Rebel. What are the names of the 4 of you? How about defecting? Fong Ping said indignantly. Is there no one who is willing to betray us? Didn't I just want the Sage Token and Heavenly King Seal? I'll give it to you. Tian Chief, you betrayed me. I'll kill them, and the Heavenly King Seal and 6 Sage Tokens will be yours. Fong Ping said quickly. You guys keep an eye on Sky Chief's people. I've reached an agreement with him. He'll betray us and kill you at the critical moment. All of you be careful. Right now, all of you are standing so close to each other. If you betray us, you will definitely die. This time it was somewhat effective. Tian Jian and the other 2 managed to pull away from the 4 sages. They could not believe Fong Ping's words, but they could not. It was not impossible. If they got too close, once the 4 of them turned on them, the 3 of them would definitely die. After all, there was still the powerful Fong Ping. In 6th heaven, Li Zhu's expression was gloomy. He bellowed, Don't listen to his nonsense. Fong Ping was good at playing with people's hearts. Even he felt a chill when he heard what he said just now. Once the 4 sages turned on each other, the 3 sages would really be in danger. Could they not guard against it? Could they not be afraid? They were not a family. These sages were all old antiques who had lived for countless years. Why would they really entrust their lives to others? Ha ha ha. Fong Ping laughed. The 7 sages were not as close as before. This gave him some time to breathe. At this moment, Fong Ping laughed again. Heavenly Plant, Heavenly Fate, the target this time is actually you guys. The 4 of them are in cahoots with me. We're playing a 2-man show, understand? Be careful. Later, the 2 of you will be the first to die. Don't listen. Li Zhu bellowed again. Don't listen anymore. Otherwise, once you're shaken, the 7 sages will have scruples and guard against each other. Fong Ping might be able to escape. It's true. Be careful. The 2 of you have a chance of becoming a heavenly king. In order to plot against the 2 of you, I've been scheming for a long time. I said all this on purpose, not to drive a wedge between you guys, but to dispel your guard. This is called counterplot. If you don't listen, then you'll really be fooled. Heavenly Fate roared, "Kill him!" He could not hold it in any more. The more Fong Ping said, the more afraid he became. He was really afraid that the four sages would betray him and attack him. How could he not be afraid? They were not on the same side. Who knew what Tian Kuei was thinking? It's true. I've secretly contacted Tian Kuei before. His 9 emperor seals was given to him by me. Will he turn against me? Sai, King of Man, to kill people, one must first destroy their hearts. The King of Man's mouth is even better than the sages. Secretly, Tian Kuei was also helpless. He did not contact Fong Ping. It was true. He really did not reach an agreement with Fong Ping because he was actually more afraid of Fong Ping. His 9 emperor seals were originally with the humans. Now that Fong Ping was collecting them, he was actually more afraid that Fong Ping would attack him. That was why he really cooperated with Li Zhu and the others this time. However, after Fong Ping's actions, even if Li Zhu could bear it, the sages who participated in the battle would inevitably become estranged. They dared not use their full strength, dared not get too close to the 4 sages on his side. In this way, even the 7 sages could not defeat Fong Ping. Li Zhu was also angry. He shouted, "Kill Fong Ping! Go all out! If Fong Ping dies, everything will be for naught. Li Zhu, I'll kill you sooner or later. Don't worry." Fong Ping cursed and said angrily, "I'm really going to do it. Li Zhu, if you have the guts, come and kill me yourself. Old Zhang, let him kill me." "You," Fong Ping shouted, "come on. If you come, I'll ask old Zhang not to stop you. Do you dare?" At this moment in the void, Li Zhu's expression was gloomy. Zhang Tao shrugged. "I don't know what he's going to do. How about you go and try? I won't stop you." Li Zhu harumphed. He did not believe Zhang Tao's words. He did not need to do anything now. He just had to wait. Hong Yu was back. Some things would definitely change. If Hong Yu and the weapon master attacked at the same time, the suppressing Heavenly King might not be facing 2 people, but many broken 8. Mother asterisk cur, how cowardly! At this moment, Fong Ping sighed regretfully. "Forget it. I won't plot against you. I'll just kill a few sages." At this moment, Fong Ping spat. The next moment, Li Zhu's expression changed. He shouted, "Damn it!" In 8th heaven, the weapon master's expression changed too. On the other side, the palm seal user shouted, "Cat, how dare you join the battle?" Meow. I didn't join the battle. The cat that Fong Ping spat out was the cat. The cat looked innocent. "I don't fight. Don't accuse me wrongly." He spoke, not delaying him from doing his job. A loud bang was heard. At this moment, Fong Ping threw a punch and smashed the golden body of one of the 4 sages. The cat said innocently, "I just pulled his origin. He was killed by a liar." "Kill them!" Tianji roared. One of the 4 sages had his golden body smashed by Fong Ping. Even his origin was trapped by the cat. How could he still believe that Fong Ping had an agreement with Tian Kuei? The others also understood now. Fong Ping was deliberately trying to divide them. The cat said pitifully, "Don't hit me. I don't fight. I just dragged him to Cat World to play. I don't kill people." As soon as he finished speaking, the world changed. A loud rumbling sound rang out. An incomparably huge great Tao directly collapsed. Everyone was stunned. Then their eyes widened. Cats don't kill people? They were not the only ones who were stunned. At this moment, the weapon master suddenly shouted, "Cat, you're crazy. You killed him." The other party's origin was smashed. It must be the cat's doing. The cat hugged his head and ran wildly. His movements were extremely fast. He screamed, "It's not me. I don't kill people. I can't kill people. It's not me. I'm wrongly accusing me. Damn it." Li Zhu shouted angrily, "Tian Kuei, also shouted angrily, "You killed him!" As soon as the cat appeared, it pulled away the other party's origin. Fang Ping destroyed his golden body, and the cat killed him directly. Damn it, he really deserved to die. Tianyong. At this moment, the other sage's eyes were bloodshot. Tianyong was killed just like that. The cat's sudden attack was too unexpected. It pulled away a sage powerhouse's origin. This meant that the cat's mentality was much stronger than Tianyong's. Kill the cat! Among the 4 sages, Tianji Sage roared. The sage order went straight to the cat. The cat howled, "I didn't kill him. I'm wrongly accusing me. Cats don't kill people." Everyone was furious. Did he think they were blind? At this moment, Fang Ping shouted, "Stop talking nonsense. Quickly pull away their origin. Kill." The moment Fang Ping was waiting for had arrived. He had hidden the cat in his source world. His source world had the source soil. It was possible to put a cat there. As soon as the cat arrived, it pulled away a person's origin. Fang Ping destroyed the other party's physical body. In the blink of an eye, the sage exploded and his Tao collapsed. Of course, he did not break the Tao. As for whether it was the cat or not, who cared? Bastard! Li Zhu shouted angrily and slapped Zhang Tao. A gong and drum appeared in Zhang Tao's hand. He laughed. Flustered and exasperated, "I didn't expect this cat to be so cunning. He said he wouldn't kill people, but he still did." "Oh, right. Didn't Heavenly King Garrison say that the cat has never killed anyone since ancient times? Even if it did, it was an accident. Did he take the wrong medicine today?" He was actually a little surprised. Heavenly King Garrison had actually said that the cat did not kill people. Not only did Heavenly King Garrison think so, the other ancient powerhouses actually knew this. The cat did not kill people. Unless it was really angered, it would not kill people under normal circumstances. At most, it would play around, or tengu, and the others would do it. But now, it broke common sense. At this moment, the Weapon Master and Heavenly King Garrison in 8th Heaven were a little surprised. The Palm Seal user and Lin Zi were also extremely surprised. Lin Zi even yelled, "Cat, don't be reckless!" Not only did she yell at the cat, but Lin Zi also said angrily, "Fang Ping, who told you to let the cat kill people?" She was angry too. There were some things that she actually knew a little. The cat could not kill people. If it killed someone intentionally, it might cause big trouble. Fang Ping was being ridiculous. In order to kill a sage, he actually tricked the cat into attacking. So what if I kill them? Fang Ping's chi was bursting at this moment. He roared, "Big cat, listen to me. Pull whoever I tell you to." Rumble. Fang Ping kicked Tianji away and shouted, "Big cat, come behind me. Today we'll kill these 6 sages." Sky Chief. At this moment, Li Zhu roared, "Attack! Do you want to watch them die?" The cat's mentality was strong, its origin was strong, and its flesh was strong. After being hit by a sage, it only lost some cat fur. The cat might be harder to deal with than Fang Ping. Now that one of the 7 sages was killed, it was beyond everyone's expectations. No one thought that the cat would be so ruthless. In this case, the 6 sages were really in danger. Meow the cat felt wronged. It hurriedly ran behind Fang Ping and said pitifully, "The cat did not kill anyone. Don't kill the cat." How wronged! It was not the cat who killed them. What was this? Bastard! At this moment, the cat was still pretending to be innocent. The others were completely enraged. The 3 sages under Sky Chief were furious. Saint Tianji roared, "Sir, kill this cat and avenge Tianyong." "Avenge your grandpa." Fang Ping threw a punch. The cat cried grievances while pulling the other into the origin. Normal sages could not resist. Almost in the blink of an eye, Tianji was pulled into his cat world. His eyes were dull. The 2 kings attacked quickly. With a roar, the few sages attacked and forced Fang Ping back. Even so, the few of them were injured. Fang Ping was also bleeding, but he was laughing. At this moment, Tianji's origin qi overflowed. His eyes were dull, and his golden body collapsed. No! The few sages roared again. They looked at the cat with blood-red eyes, wishing they could eat it. The cat was innocent. It was not done by the cat. Tianji's origin had collapsed. Although he was not dead, he was stunned. If this went on, he would die without a doubt in the battle. At this moment, someone could not sit still anymore. The sky was torn apart. Sky Chief's figure appeared and said angrily, "Cat, you are despicable." He was shocked too. The cat had killed 2 of his generals. Tianji could still be saved, but Tianyong was really dead. In the blink of an eye, 4 generals, 1 dead and 1 seriously injured. It was all caused by this cat. Sky Chief was really angry. At this moment, his real body appeared, slapping a palm at the cat. He wanted to kill this cat, even if it was related to the origin. The cat felt wronged. "You're killing the cat again, not me. I already said it wasn't me. And you still want to kill the cat. You bad people." It was angry. It stood up on its hind legs, hands on its waist, and scolded. However, it did not know that this made the others even angrier. It was clearly this cat who killed a sage and seriously injured another, and it still wanted to deny it. Under the watchful eyes of the public, could it deny it? Sky Chief was also extremely angry. His palm broke through the air quickly. Fang Ping kicked it and flew backward, spitting blood, but he also shattered the giant palm. Big Cat, ignore him, continued to pull people. Fang Ping roared, "Kill!" The remaining 5 sages threw the Tianji's collapsed golden body out to prevent it from affecting him and killing him. At this moment, they all unleashed their full strength and attacked Fang Ping. Sky Chief ignored Fang Ping. At this moment, he stared at the cat, his anger soaring. The cat only killed his people. Despicable. Sky soared and the others were all fine, but his subordinates were in trouble. How could he tolerate this? The cat fled quickly, feeling wronged. "It's not a cat, don't chase. You deserve to die." Sky Chief's eyes were red. "You deserve to die back then. You're the scourge of the 3 realms if you're alive. How many people have died because of you? In the battle between beginner martial arts and origin, you're also a trigger. You should die early." The cat felt wronged. "This cat didn't provoke you. Die." Sky Chief was furious. "Didn't provoke me? What else do you want to provoke me?" The 4 sages were his capital. Only when the 4 sages combined could they rival a heavenly king. Now that one was killed and another was seriously injured, the combat strength on his side would be greatly reduced. Sky Chief ran off to kill the cat. As for Fang Ping, he did not care about the cat at this time. He sneered, "Only 5? Die." At this time, Fang Ping suddenly split into 2. Under the somewhat horrified gaze of the crowd, 2 Fang Pings, 1 black and 1 white, holding the Heavenly King's seal and sage order, actually surrounded the 5 people. "I'll let you have a taste of my new big move." Fang Ping laughed heartily. The black Fang Ping suddenly unleashed an extremely powerful mentality, while the white Fang Ping unleashed a powerful vitality force. Crash! Rumble! A loud noise was heard. Both Fang Pings were collapsing. The black energy and the white energy collided. With a rumble, an earth-shattering noise was heard. Uft! One by one, the sages were vomiting blood. The 5 sages were beyond dumbfounded. What kind of power was this? Fang Ping's own mentality and vitality force collided. How could he erupt with such a powerful force? At this moment, in the sky, the weapon master suddenly shouted, "Watch out!" On the other side, the palm seal user also shouted angrily, "Quick, kill him!" He actually came into contact with the force. D***, kill him quickly. At this moment, Sky Chief, who was chasing after the cat, was stunned for a moment. He turned to look at Fang Ping. The black and white energy collided, and the collision produced a completely different force. Fong Ping did not feel good either. He had not mastered the Force yet. However, he knew a move now, and that was cloning and then colliding with oneself. In this way, a powerful destructive force could be erupted. Rumble. The void shattered, and a 6-petal lotus appeared. In the blink of an eye, it even showed signs of changing to 7 petals. Li Zhu was stunned by the scene as well. Tian Kuei, kill Fong Ping. Forget about Ash Cat, he shouted. Fong Ping was even more dangerous than the cat. This lunatic, what was he doing? Gritting his teeth, Sky Chief turned and attacked Fong Ping. He could not watch Fong Ping kill the 5 sages. At this moment, Li Zhu shouted again, Tianji, Tianming, force a breakthrough. If you don't die, you will become a heavenly king. Quick! Do you really have to wait for him to obliterate you? The 2 sages, whose golden bodies were exploding from the collision of the black and white energy, had bloodshot eyes. The 2 of them looked at each other. Then, with a loud rumble, 2 paths appeared in the sky. At this moment, the 2 paths intertwined with each other. 2 phantoms crazily opened up and attacked. They wanted to achieve Heavenly King Realm. The series of events that happened to Fong Ping and the cat made them feel that their lives were in danger. There was a crisis of death. Tian Yong died so easily, and Tianji was also seriously injured. How could they not be disappointed? Sky Chief also hurried over. Behind him, the cat stopped running and suddenly chased after him, shouting, "Don't go." The liar said that I have to stop you. Don't go. The cat flew over hurriedly, shouting, "Stop now, or I'll poke you to death." Bastard. Sky Chief turned around and attacked. The cat suddenly opened its mouth and said angrily, "I'm angry. You wrongly accused me, scolded me, and bullied me. I'll beat you to death. Eat the 8 directions, divine technique." The cat roared and opened its mouth. At this moment, the cat's body also became incomparably huge, like a mountain. This was the real cat, incomparably huge. At this moment, the cat opened its mouth, and the suction force was also incomparably huge. It bit toward Sky Chief. Of course, it also knew Sky Hound's divine technique. Sky Chief snorted coldly. No matter how strong the cat was, it was definitely no match for him. This cat had a death wish. Then I'll send you on your way. At this moment, a golden seal appeared in Sky Chief's hand. The 9 Emperors' seal. A powerful light burst out from the 9 Emperors' seal. Sky Chief did not avoid the cat's mouth. If you want to eat me, aren't you courting death? I'll directly smash your intestines and stomach. 6th heaven. Because Li Zhu had repeatedly given orders, he was a little distracted and was hit in the head by the God Creation Envoy's clone, causing his head to bleed. The God Creation Envoy scolded, "You're quite bold. What's so great about breaking 7? Have a taste of my divine rod strike." When he and Zhang Tao teamed up, their battle prowess was not weak either. Li Zhu was distracted, so he seized the opportunity to strike with his rod. Zhang Tao was even more sinister than him. Li Zhu instantly dodged, and Zhang Tao grabbed the void and exploded it. The place just now was where Li Zhu was standing, and also where his lower body was. Li Zhu's face was ashen. He was already at the Heavenly King stage. Yet Zhang Tao was still so shameless. At this moment, Li Zhu was not in the mood to care about him. He sensed outside the 6th heaven and saw the cat opening its mouth wide, frowning slightly. Then, his expression changed. "Be careful! Be careful!" With a loud shout, heaven and earth trembled. The 6th heaven directly split open, revealing Zhang Tao and the others. At this moment, Tian Kuei also felt an incomparably great danger. At this moment, a pair of hands stretched out from the cat's mouth. A pair of incomparably white hands. Jade-like hands. "Cat, from today onwards, your life-saving grace will be written off. The 9 Emperor seals belong to me. From today onwards, if you dare to enter the Sea of Bitterness, I will definitely kill you and avenge you for fishing in the sea of bitterness." The cat's mouth was still wide open. This sentence was a mental energy fluctuation, and it happened in an instant. At this moment, the cat's incomparably huge eyes revealed a hint of grievance. "Liar, I can't go to the sea of bitterness anymore. I can't catch big fish anymore. I'm so pitiful." Yes, he couldn't go to the sea of bitterness anymore. This time, the swindler had made it spend its last favor, saving his life. Go to the sea-suppressing prefecture, swallow the sea guardian, hide in the cat world, kill a heavenly king, and return the favor of the beast emperor palace for saving his life. The sea guardian that broke 8 times. The sea guardian that broke the gate of life. The sea guardian that had jade bones. At this moment, a pair of hands stretched out from the cat world. Only the cat believed that it would not do bad things. Otherwise, a sea guardian that had broken 8 times would be enough to break its cat world with a single blow. No one dared to hide powerhouses in the source world, even if they had the source soil. Even Fong Ping did not dare to do such a thing. But the cat did. Therefore, the saint that was pulled into the cat world and killed was really not killed by the cat. A sea guardian that had broken 8 times was there. Killing a saint was too easy. At this moment, the jade-like hand moved very slowly, so slowly that everyone could see it. But it was also very fast, so fast that Tian Kuei did not have any time to retreat. In the next moment, Tian Kuei was caught by the jade-like hand. At this moment, Tian Kuei's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. He was extremely shocked. His golden body was caught by a powerhouse that had broken 8 times. He really did not expect that the sea guardian would be hidden in the cat's body. This was impossible. Tian Kuei, originally, the cat said Li Zhu, or the palm print. "I did not expect it to be you, but since the 9 emperor seals have appeared, don't leave." "No, Rumble." Jade bones. Tian Kuei's golden body was immediately crushed by the jade-like hand. What he did not expect was that he had been plotted against by a sea guardian. Sea guardian. Sea guardian. Rock. At this moment, countless people roared. Tian Kuei was finished. He was caught by the sea guardian who had broken 8 times with his physical body. His golden body was crushed. He was in danger. It was more than dangerous. At this moment, Tian Kuei's mentality rapidly erupted. He wanted to escape from this place. But at this moment, the cat muttered, "I said that I was wronged. I won't kill people, but you insist on bullying me. I'll suppress you, but I won't kill you." Rumble. An incomparably powerful mentality erupted. Tian Kuei's mentality was like a real body, also possessing extremely strong combat power. But at this moment, he was slightly sluggish. In this sluggish moment, the jade-like hand reached out and grabbed him. In the next moment, the sea guardian walked out of the cat's mouth and sighed. "Why do you have to court death?" He had provoked the cat. Moreover, he had broken 8 times and broken his golden body in advance. Now he was targeted and caught by the sea guardian who had broken 8 times. If he did not die, Tian Kuei was really lucky and should have broken 8 times. "I'll send you on your way." At this moment, the sea guardian suddenly returned to his true form, an incomparably huge golden rock. The rock opened its mouth and pecked at Tian Kuei's mentality. Bang! The mentality exploded. In the next moment, a world descended. The sea guardian's world was the source world. An incomparably wide path appeared, and a door was faintly discernible. It was already broken. In front of the broken door, there seemed to be another door in the distance. The sea guardian said indifferently, "Go and help me explore the path." In the next moment, the same wide and long path appeared. The sea guardian directly pulled this path and instantly rushed into his own. That was Tian Kuei's Tao. The Tao struggled violently. Tian Kuei roared and roared. "No, Rock, you can't do this to me." "No, Rock, spare me." "Li Zhu, soldier, save me." 30,000 years. 30,000 years, don't kill me." Shrill howls even reverberated throughout the source world at this moment. In the distance, someone shouted, "Rock, don't kill him!" Hongyu. Hongyu was tearing through the void to come here. Tian Kuei was a powerful cultivator who had broken 7. If he died now, the loss would be too great. Hongyu shouted, "The battle with Chu Wu hasn't started yet. Don't kill him. Rock, you're crazy. If he dies, the 36 Tiangang formation can't be set up anymore." Rock. The weapon master was also shouting. The seal envoy and Li Zhu were also shouting. The Sea Guardian's expression was cold. He had finally caught a broken 7. He wanted to pry into the second door, take the 9 Emperor seals, and repay the cat for saving his life back then, killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Why couldn't he kill? Rumble. In the depths of the Tao, an earth-shattering roar sounded. The world instantly turned red. Rumble. The blood rain was no longer rainwater, but a flood that flowed down. No. Rock. Li Zhu, you hurt me. I can't accept this. An extremely shrill roar resounded in all directions. In the Source universe, a huge star exploded. He's dead. He's just here to watch the show. At that moment, in the West Royal Palace, someone muttered. Tianji was scared. Father had to come back soon. That stupid Tian Kuei just had to get involved. He knew someone was going to be unlucky. As expected, even a broken 7 would die. It was better for him to continue hiding. It was too dangerous. The 3 realms were full of lunatics. Who would have thought that the Sea Guardian would attack and hide in the cat's world? Dumbfounded, it was too late for regrets. I told you, he's just here to watch the show. Tianji sighed. A broken 7. He died just like that. The world had really changed. Chapter 1247. The leader of the 36 saints, the first saint, Tian Kuei, had fallen. A top-notch powerhouse who had broken 7. At this moment, the Source universe shook, shaking everywhere. Kuanping. One by one, the powerhouses shouted angrily. The Sea Guardian walked out of the Source world, his face cold and indifferent. So what if he was killed? When the cat went to look for him, he was actually very surprised. This was the first time the cat took the initiative to mention his life-saving debt. This matter had always been on his mind. Since the cat wanted to repay this life-saving debt, the Sea Guardian agreed happily. At his level, owing a favor was either not repaid or it was extremely dangerous. Usually, he had to pay it back with his life. This time, he only ambushed a heavenly king. It was not to the extent that he could not bear it. Now that he had killed Tian Kuei, the mission was considered completed. The Sea Guardian did not care about the weapon master and the others' roars. At this moment, he looked at Hongyu, who was tearing through the void in the distance, his face indifferent, ignoring him. He stretched out his hand and grabbed. A big golden seal fell into his hand. 9 Emperor's seal. No matter how they fought, it still ended up in his hand. Not only that, at this time, Tianyong was killed and Tianji was seriously injured. Among the 4 saints, 2 of them had their own saint tokens, and they were also floating in the air. The Sea Guardian reached out again. He wanted this too. At this moment, Fong Ping's 2 clones, the black and white, continued to collide. Origin Qi erupted, suppressing the 5 saints. Seeing this, he laughed cruelly. Sea Guardian, it's fine if you take the 9 Emperor seal, but if you take the saint token, isn't it a little inappropriate? The Sea Guardian looked at him and saw the force produced by the collision of the black and white forces. His expression changed slightly, and he said indifferently, I killed Tianyong, and Tianji's origin was also destroyed by me. Fong Ping, shouldn't these 2 saint tokens belong to me? He did not snatch it. The moment he saw Fong Ping's force erupt, the Sea Guardian was shocked. Other than shock, he was also a little afraid. He was not afraid of Fong Ping's strength, but Fong Ping's ruthlessness. Fong Ping was young, but he was really ruthless. He asked the cat to find him, and used the cat's biggest favor. There was only one purpose, to ambush a heavenly king. no matter who it was. According to the meaning conveyed by the old cat, no matter which heavenly king it was, as long as he was not from the human clan, it was fine to kill him. In other words, Fong Ping did not care which heavenly king died. No matter who died, even if it was an undead human powerhouse, he would not care. In this fellow's eyes, the distinction between friend and foe was clear to the extreme. If it wasn't the human race, then it was the enemy. At this moment, it was cooperating with Fong Ping, but it was only for this moment. It would not be surprising if Fong Ping turned hostile in the next moment. Fong Ping grinned and said, "The 9 Emperor seals should be about done. Sea Guardian, you can be considered as being hired by me. Of course, it's a little unreasonable to say this, but that's the truth. I don't want the 9 Emperor seals anymore, but do you want to take the 2 saint tokens?" The Sea Guardian raised his eyebrows slightly. At this moment, if it made a move, there were 6 powerhouses present, 5 saints and Fong Ping. It was actually confident that it could kill them all. They were all killed. Who knew how many good things there were? However, Fong Ping did not seem to have too many qualms. Was he really not afraid that she would betray him? Envoy Zhenhai looked at the 2 saints' tokens in the sky and didn't say anything. Fong Ping smiled again. "Envoy Zhenhai, can you help me block Hongyu?" Envoy Zhenhai frowned and said lightly, "I've already killed a heavenly king. I don't owe you anything." The black and white Fang Ping were currently circling the 5 saints crazily. He laughed. "You don't owe me anything, but we can still make a deal. Don't you want to be the Beast Emperor? How can the Beast Emperor not have divine weapons? I'll give you Big Cat's fishing rod. Just help me block Hongyu." Beside him, the cat was stunned. It was so wrong that it was about to cry. No, it would not do it. Its sky-reaching bell was borrowed by old Zhang to defend against Li Zhu. The cat palace had been snatched by Lin Zi to fight against the palm imprint envoy. The sky-confining bell was still suppressing the void. The sky-crushing sword had been taken away by old man Li. The god-slaying saber was with Fong Ping. Right now it was just a fishing rod. "Big cat, you can't go to misery anyway. Why do you still need a fishing rod?" Fong Ping laughed. "The Beast Emperor's people are returning. Even Cosmic Dragon wanted to snatch it last time. Envoy Zhenhai is probably no exception. If that's the case, I'll lend it to Envoy Zhenhai first. Don't worry, I'll get you a better one in the future." Meow. The cat screamed. No, this was the only divine artifact he could keep as a trump card. If he still had to lend it out, the cat would really be a poor cat. Fong Ping shouted again, "Lend it to him first. If there's a chance in the future, I'll help you exchange it back." The cat's face was full of unwillingness and sadness. He had squandered all his assets. Envoy Zhenhai raised his eyebrows. Would the cat give it to him? Beast Emperor staff. What fishing rod? This fishing rod was made from the Beast Emperor's transformed body when he became an emperor. It was used to command the demons. It was extremely powerful. Not only that, because it was made from the Beast Emperor's body, it could actually be used to study the body of an emperor powerhouse. This thing was a treasure. It was not as simple as a divine weapon. As for how it ended up in the cat's hands, it was nothing more than picking it up. Even if it ended up in the cat's hands, it would be very difficult to take it away. Envoy Zhenhai looked at the cat. At this time, the cat had already returned to its previous size. Its face was full of reluctance, and it was muttering unhappily. The swindler had almost cheated it of all its assets. "Big cat, don't hesitate. The divine weapon is just a worldly possession." The cat looked at Fong Ping aggrievedly. "Swindler, worldly possessions were fun too. Where was the fishing rod? It was used to fish. However, the pot was gone, and he could not go to misery any more. The knife to cut the fish was gone, and the skewers to grill the fish were also gone. Thinking about it, there was probably no point in having a fishing rod anymore." The cat took out the fishing rod pitifully, looked at Envoy Zhenhai, muttered again, and threw the fishing rod to Envoy Zhenhai unhappily. Envoy Jinhai was a little surprised. He was surprised. Everyone else was shocked. Did Fang Ping really bring the gray cat to his house? He had lost all his divine weapons. At this time, Envoy Jinhai no longer cared about the Saint Order. A smile appeared on his cold face, and he laughed loudly. In the next moment, he broke through the air. At this moment, everyone saw a shocking scene. Holding the fishing rod in his hand, Envoy Jinhai pointed at the mystic dragon over there and said with a smile, "Fang Ping, I'll give you a venerable emperor. This time it's not a favor." Ha ha ha. At this moment, a dragon head suddenly appeared on the fishing rod. It was huge, but it was just an illusion. However, at this moment, a shocking aura erupted in the three realms. On the other side, the mystic dragon venerable emperor went limp. Before it could come back to its senses, the dragon head swallowed it and disappeared instantly. At this moment, an image appeared on the fishing rod. A dragon was swimming on the fishing rod, roaring. In fifth heaven, Dragon Transformation's expression changed slightly. That was the body that the Beast Emperor had transformed. Dragon Clan, the first dragon between heaven and earth. When the Dragon Clan encountered the Beast Emperor staff, they did not have much power to fight back. And he was also a dragon. Even Dragon Transformation's expression changed. Myriad Demon King, who was also a dragon, was extremely shocked at this moment. But Envoy Jinhai did not attack him. He smiled and went straight to Hong Yu in the distance. The reason why he did not attack Myriad Demon King now was that Myriad Demon King was one of the leaders of the fake Heavenly Court Demon Clan. If he attacked Myriad Demon King now, Li Zhu and Hong Yu would fight him to the death. As for the Mystic Dragon, it was alone. Although it was also a Demon Clan powerhouse of the fake Heavenly Court, it had subdued the Mystic Dragon. Even if these people were unhappy, they could not do anything. Not only that, at this moment, Envoy Jinhai held the Beast Emperor staff and his voice spread in all directions. Demon Clan powerhouses, gather at Jinhai Prefecture quickly. From today onwards, I will establish the Demon Court. The 9 Emperor Seal will suppress fate. The 9 Emperor Seal and the Beast Emperor staff were seized by him, and they were also the foundation of his Demon Court. Envoy Jinhai was in a good mood. His voice spread in all directions. At this moment, some Demon Clan powerhouses in the catacombs were moved. Envoy Jinhai shouted again, "There are humans, immortals, and demons in the 3 realms. Only we demons are bullied. We are people's mounts, people's divine weapons, people's food. The disappearance of the Beast Emperor and the incompetence of the Beast Emperor caused the demons to wander everywhere and be at the mercy of others. Today, Envoy Kuan Peng, establish the Demon Court and protect the billions of demons. I will no longer suppress the sea. Today, I will call myself the Demon Larch. Rumble. The heavens fell and the earth cracked. Envoy Jinhai betrayed the Heavenly Court. On this day, he no longer called himself Envoy Jinhai. Instead, he established the Demon Court and called himself the Demon Larch. If he did not call himself the Demon Emperor, he would not be an emperor. Moreover, Hong Yu was called the Demon Emperor back then. As Envoy Jinhai's voice spread in all directions, countless demons suddenly rose into the air in the direction of the Sea of Misery. Groups of powerful demon armies appeared on the surface of the sea. Demon Dharch, Demon Dharch, Demon Dharch. Heaven and earth trembled. Worship the Demon Dharch. Protect the demons. At this moment, too many demons were shouting. Even if they were not at the peak and could not call out human voices, they were roaring crazily at this moment, and their mental energy spread in all directions. The demons had a demon court. A powerhouse who had broken through 8 had come out to support the demons and suppress the luck of the demons. At this moment, on the side of the divine sect, Cosmic Dragon, who had defected to King Kuan, had a complicated expression. Dragon Transformation was the same. His eyes were complicated. At this moment, regardless of whether everyone agreed or not, they were all demons. Envoy Jinhai, who had broken through 8, stood out and established a demon court. Whether it was for ambition or for other reasons, at least the demons had confidence and a backer. Among the experts of the three realms, who would dare to rashly capture demons as mounts, who would dare to indiscriminately kill demons as divine weapons and food. The demons of the Sea of Misery were not the only ones who responded. At this moment, among the true god experts who were fighting with the humans, a ferocious tiger suddenly roared and flew out of the battle area. He shouted, "Thunder Tiger of the 10,000 Demon Royal Court is willing to respect the demon Tharch as king. Tiger Clan, follow me to the demon court." This true immortal realm powerhouse roared. In the Royal Sea Mountain region, a team of Tiger Clan powerhouses, over 1,000 ferocious tigers, roared at this moment. No longer caring about the battle, they all roared and charged towards the seaside, to the demon court. The myriad demon king did not say a word. At this moment, he did not even dare to say a word. Envoy Jinhai, who had broken through 8, had established a demon court. If he dared to speak now, he had no doubt that Envoy Jinhai would kill him or capture him. Nyo Ben of the Demon Clan is willing to respect the demon Tharch as king. Ox Clan, follow me to the demon court. Shouts rang out one after another. One by one, the demon experts left the battle. At this moment, Fong Ping laughed crazily. "Human, don't stop the demon experts who are defecting to the demon court." "Ha ha ha. Good job. Jinhai. No, Demon Tharch, you're a man today." "Ha ha ha, well done." The establishment of the demon court meant that the three realms had another major force, which weakened the strength of the catacombs. There were many demons in the catacombs. At this moment, there were nearly 100 true gods in the catacombs, and nearly half of them were demon experts. Once they all went to the Sea Envoy, the strength of the catacombs would be greatly weakened. They might not even be stronger than the human race. At this moment, Li Zhu's face was as gloomy as water. On the other side, Hong Yu also stopped in his tracks, his gaze complicated. The demon race was going to be unified. The Sea Envoy had obtained the 9 Emperor Seal, and now he had obtained the Beast Emperor Staff. Including the Beast Emperor's bloodline, they were probably hesitating whether to join the Sea Envoy. The Sea Envoy had a conflict with the Beast Emperor, but he was also a leader of the demon race back then. Now he was a supreme powerhouse who had broken through 8. The establishment of the demon court would soon strengthen if nothing unexpected happened. There were many demons in the Sea of Misery. Not only the Sea of Misery, but also Heavenly Wood, Dragon Transformation, Cosmic Dragon, Myriad Demon King, Sky Demon King, Whale Unicorn, Sika Deer. There were also many Emperor-level demons, saints, and even heavenly kings. Once they could really work together, there would definitely be a place for the demons in the 3 realms. Ha ha ha. At this moment, the Sea Envoy also laughed out loud. After 30,000 years, he had returned again. 30,000 years ago, he had lost the Battle of Myriad Dao. Although he was called the Sea Envoy, said to suppress the Sea of Misery, said to be one of the 3 envoys with high status and power, in reality, he had been banished to the bitter cold land. Today he had returned. At this moment, the previously cold Sea Envoy's aura flourished and was boundlessly domineering. With the sacrifice of breaking through 7, he had established the demon court. "Demon children, follow me into the sea." The Sea Envoy was incomparably domineering. Soon, countless demon powerhouses gathered behind him. On the catacombs side, 1/3 of the army had defected. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 true god powerhouses had gathered. To the demon court. If the humans wanted to kill their way to the sky, the demons could do it too. The Sea Envoy went straight to Hong Yu and laughed. "Hong Yu, you were the demon emperor in the past. Today, I will spar with you and see if you are worthy of being the demon emperor. If you are not worthy, I will reserve the title of demon emperor." Rumble. A crack extended for tens of thousands of miles, heading straight for Hong Yu. Hong Yu sighed. He had miscalculated. Today, he had made a huge mistake at the Sea Envoy side. Not to mention the death of the Sky Chief. On the heavenly court side, a large number of demons had defected and their strength had been greatly reduced. At this moment, the sea envoy had put away the beast emperor staff and promised Fang Ping to hold him back for the humans. Whether he went back or not was no longer important. Hong Yu and the sea envoy fought in the void in an instant. A large number of demons began to migrate towards the depths of misery. At this moment, in the divine sex god court, King Kuin shook his head helplessly and sighed. The sky chief was killed. The demon court was built in the sea envoy. This Fang Ping can cause chaos in the three realms every time. It was a mess again. King Qian had a complicated look on his face. The sky chief was actually killed. He was a broken seven. He was also a broken seven. Of course, he was slightly stronger than the sky chief, an existence close to peak broken seven. However, the death of the sky chief was hard for him to accept. King Kuin said calmly, "Death is not unexpected. After taking the 9 emperor seals, this is a treasure that attracts disaster. How can it be used so easily?" Moreover, after so many times, he still could not understand. On the human side, every time they fight, they must kill the troublemakers. They would rather let go of the enemies in the open and kill the troublemakers, just to intimidate the 3 realms. Either we become enemies in the open or die, dividing the camps and forcing the enemies out of the dark. This is also a good idea. The 3 realms was too complicated, so complicated that even King Kuin did not know what King Qian was thinking. Fang Ping did not think about it. The enemies in the open were there. If he could kill them, then he would kill them. If he could not, then forget it. However, no matter what strength you had, if you did not have the strength to suppress the humans, then be careful of being killed, the kind that no one would take revenge for. The Sky Chief brought the 4 saints to participate in the battle, but in the end he himself died. The 4 saints were also in danger. One was already dead, one was crippled, and the remaining 2 were really in danger. Hong Kuin, what about now? King Qian looked at Hong Kuin. What should he choose now? Should he join the battle? If he did not join the battle, this time the fake heavenly court would definitely suffer a huge loss. Of course, it seemed to have nothing to do with them, but the plan to suppress the humans would fail. Not only that, King Qian said in a low voice, "There are many divine sect demons too." The catacombs were not the only ones who lost when the sea envoy established the demon court. They might also suffer a lot of losses, unless they killed those demons and did not let them leave. Otherwise, the powerhouses of the demon race would know whether to live under someone else's roof or seek refuge with the demon court. King Kuin said softly, "Let the demons go. If we stop them now, it will only cause them to be disloyal and become a disaster. If we kill them, we will offend the demon court. There is no need. After all, the demon court had a powerhouse who had broken through 8. It would not be good to offend the other party. The demons would not object to the sea envoy establishing the demon court, including the dragon transformation who had sought refuge with the humans. The powerhouses could see this clearly. Then we just wait and see?" King Kuin raised his hand and said lightly, "There is no hurry. It is not the final moment yet." This time, it was also beyond my expectations. I did not notice the sea envoy leaving, and I did not expect him to hide in the source world of the blue cat. After thinking for a while, he said, "There are still heavenly king powerhouses in the 3 realms who have not made a move." As King Kuin spoke, something happened again. At this moment, Hong Yu sighed. "I thought there was no need to do this, but now it has to be done. Fang Ping, you are too greedy." Fang Ping wanted to kill the 5 saints. This was something he could not tolerate, especially when Tianming and Tianji were already close to the heavenly king realm. The same was true for Sky Sword. He could not kill them. At this moment, someone laughed. "Fang Ping, you killed my disciple. Don't tell me you think this is over?" An incomparably powerful mentality swept over from the sea of misery. It was terrifyingly powerful. Fang Ping's expression changed. At this moment, Heavenly King Jin also shouted angrily, "Feng, how dare you attack?" "Li Zhen, when Fang Ping killed my disciple, I didn't see you stop him." In the sea of misery, an illusory figure was faintly discernible. Feng walked out of the sea and coughed lightly. He held a handkerchief in his hand and wiped his mouth. In the blink of an eye, the handkerchief was dyed red with blood. His injuries had not healed. Previously, when the demon emperor risked his life to attack, his source was severed. However, he was a powerhouse who had broken through 8 after all. Even if he was injured, he would not die so easily. These days his injuries had healed a lot. At this moment, Fang Ping snorted coldly. "At this point, you still don't understand. Sky Chief is dead, and Heaven Reverse is also dead. You guys always think that you can win and reverse everything. You're dreaming. Hee in your dreams." These words were not said by Fang Ping. In the sea of misery, another passage appeared. Heavenly King Jin chuckled, stepping on the air. Feng saw him and smiled. "Why did you attack?" Heavenly King Jin chuckled. "The human race is strong. There's nothing I can do. That old god creation envoy won't forge a divine weapon for me. Fang Ping said that it's fine if I don't attack this time. I'll just wait here. If someone comes, I'll stop them. If no one comes, it's the same. Later, that old thing, god creation envoy, must tailor a divine weapon that's most suitable for me. I think it's quite worth it. It's the same if I don't attack. Previously, when Sky Chief came out, I thought I had to attack. In the end, I don't need to attack. If you don't have Asterisk King come out, I won't work this time and get the benefits for nothing. You old fart, what are you doing?" Heavenly King Zhen cursed. If Feng did not appear, he would not even need to attack. It would be great to get a divine weapon for nothing. What a pity! Divine Rod Strike! With a loud roar, the god creation envoy's avatar exploded, and Li Zhu's golden body exploded with a single strike. At this moment, the old man was so angry that he was about to explode. Who agreed? Fang Ping, this son of a bitch. When did he ask for my opinion? Who said he was going to forge a divine weapon? Fang Ping. This bastard actually used him to make a deal with others. He acted first and reported later. How hateful! At this time, Zhang Tao smiled and said, "Senior, don't be angry. Fang Ping is also trying to break Senior's seal. Humans have lost. How can we help Senior escape? Isn't that something we can't do now? But if we win this time, the 9 Emperor's seal will be borrowed from the Sea Guardian and release Senior. Wouldn't everyone be happy?" The god creation envoy was flustered and exasperated. Divine weapon, where could he get it? How could it be that simple? These bastards, were they determined to eat him? They were going too far. He was angry. On the other side, Luan laughed loudly and said, "All of you come out. Let this old man Feng witness the power of the Chaos Kings." He's here. Gone Feng. This guy is Heaven Reverse's master. Heaven Reverse used to chase after me. Boss, we'll do whoever you say. We, the 72 powerhouses, all listen to Boss. Chaotic sounds rang out. Soon, figures appeared on the other side of the passage. There were emperors, saints, and even true gods. Luan chuckled and said, "Breaking 8 and becoming the overlord of a region? No wonder Sea Guardian wants to build a demon court now. I'll follow suit and establish a divine kingdom of chaos today. Brothers, kill Feng and sacrifice to the flag." Kill 8. I'm so scared. Can you do it? Who cares? Just do it. Boss is right. Follow Boss and destroy the heavens. Kill the 9 emperors and 4 emperors and snatch their Taoist companions to be the wife of the stronghold's leader. These crazy words made heaven and earth angry. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, shaking the 3 realms. A bunch of lunatics. Fang Ping and the others were stunned. The one who shouted just now seemed to be a true god. This courage was too fat. They even wanted to snatch the 9 emperors and 4 emperors, Taoist companions, to be the wife of the stronghold's leader. What kind of people were they? Yuan was also laughing out loud. I'm also a person with power now. Call me chaotic heavenly emperor from now on. Yuan laughed. He didn't want to be a heavenly emperor anymore. Not a venerable emperor, but a heavenly emperor comparable to the 4 emperors. Boss, that dog is also a heavenly emperor. Bastard. Yuan suddenly flew into a rage and roared. Then call me chaotic. Forget it. Chaotic heavenly emperor, that's it. He wouldn't change his name. The thought of being called heavenly emperor and being the same as that dog made him angry. Kill Feng first. Fang Ping only asked him to stop them, but he obviously didn't care about that. If he killed Feng, wouldn't the divine kingdom of chaos be more dignified? Under Feng's somewhat helpless gaze, Yuan let out a loud roar, raised a big bone, and charged forward. King Qian's, a heavenly emperor who broke 7, was quite stubborn. At this moment, King Qian's face darkened at the divine sect's side. That bastard. However, at this time, everyone was also more vigilant. The catacombs and the humans had backups, one after another. But now, it seemed like Hong Yu and Li Zhu still lost the initiative. Luan, Sea Guardian, Lin Hai, Heavenly Emperor Yulong, these powerhouses appeared one after another. Even with the catacombs' Sky Chief and Feng, including the Weapon Master, they couldn't suppress the humans. It was too scary. Even with 2 more people who broke 8 and 1 more who broke 7, they were still suppressed by the humans. It couldn't be said that the catacombs didn't prepare well. It could only be said that Fang Ping's socialite nature exploded and attracted too many powerhouses to attack. Chapter 1248. Fang Ping, let's stop. When Feng was stopped by Luan, Li Zhu spoke. Li Zhu's figure rose and fell in the darkness after tearing apart the space. He said in a low voice, "If we continue to fight, both sides will suffer. The divine sect and Chu Wu are still coveting. Do you have to do this?" Fang Ping's clones collided. Although he suppressed the 5 saints, the 5 saints were all top-notch saints. The 2 kings were forcefully breaking through, so they had the strength to fight. But at this point, Li Zhu did not want to continue. The advantage was gone. Dozens of saints were participating in the battle, and there were a lot of heavenly kings. If this continued, no matter who won or lost, it would not benefit either side. Brother Zhang, the 5 saints can't die. If this continues, then I won't sit back and watch. Li Zhu's face was gloomy. He grabbed the iron rod that the God-crafting envoy slashed at him and said coldly, "God-crafting envoy, do you really think your clones can do anything to me?" He was a powerhouse who had broken 7. Not only that, but he had also walked a long way on the path of breaking 7. Previously, he was just unwilling to fight Zhang Tao and the other 2 to the death. But if they really fought to the death, could they defeat him? But now he had to go all out. If the 5 saints were suppressed like this, they might not be able to hold on. Unless the 2 kings broke through quickly and became heavenly king powerhouses. Fang Ping was still colliding with each other. Every time the power overflowed, the 5 saints trembled all over, and Fang Ping was also constantly injured. Hearing Li Zhu's words, Fang Ping sneered and said, "You won't sit back and watch? What can you do? Did you break 8 or something?" Li Zhu looked at him coldly. "Do you really think the martial king is a match for me?" "Of course not." Fang Ping's answer was straightforward. Zhang Tao was speechless. But Fang Ping grinned and said, "So what? Do you really think I can't do anything to you? What do you think you're counting on? I don't know. You always think you're omnipotent, but in fact, you're nothing." At this moment, Fang Ping scolded and then laughed out loud. "Who can you count on? Will King Kuan and the others intervene? You're thinking too much. Didn't you see the cat appear and think that the opportunity has come? Did you think that Chu Wu would make a move?" Li Zhu's expression remained unchanged as he said coldly, "Since you know that, you should know that now is the best time to stop fighting." Chu Wu. In fact, He didn't want Chu Wu to participate in this battle. But Li Zhu didn't want to suffer a loss at this moment. Only Chu Wu could force the humankind to retreat, perhaps even make them suffer a great loss. Of course, he felt that it was better not to do so. Otherwise, once Chu Wu intervened in this battle, there would be a lot of trouble in the future. In fact, the appearance of the green cat had already attracted the attention of some experts who were secretly spying on them. At this moment, the human powerhouses were already entangled. Once the beginner martial powerhouses attacked, the timing would be just right, provided that the catacomb side was willing to continue the fight. Hearing Fang Ping's words, Li Zhu continued, "Fang Ping, you're a smart man. If you continue like this, once Chu Wu descends, your human race will not benefit at all." Fang Ping was panting heavily. The 5 saints were resisting fiercely, breaking through his blockade. The 2 kings were even showing signs of breaking through. If this continued, the human race might not be able to gain any advantage. But to stop now, he was not happy about it. Over at the catacombs, they must weaken their strength. They must. Even though they had been weakened, they did not suffer any losses from the saints and heavenly kings. A truce! Do you think I'll listen to you? Do you think I'll be afraid of you? Fang Ping laughed strangely. At this moment, the heavenly gong in old Zhang's hand suddenly disappeared. In the next moment, a gigantic gong and drum covered the sky and earth. Dong! An extremely clear and melodious sound of a gong resounded through the heavens and earth. At this moment, even the source world could hear this gong and drum sound. Skyhound, Sherpa, Tianchen, return quickly. The green cat is going to die. Linzi is going to die. Let the beginner martial powerhouses break out of the celestial cemetery and cause chaos in the 3 realms. Ha ha ha. The beginner martial powerhouses outside, are you going to the celestial cemetery to receive your companions? Or are you here to cause trouble? Cause trouble. Aren't you afraid that the source world will join forces and plot against you? Ha ha ha, do you dare to come? Fang Ping's voice was sonorous, resounding through the sky and earth. At this moment, he did not care about everyone's expression and struck the gong and drum again. Return. The 3 of you, if you don't return, don't blame me for not protecting you when the green cat and Linzi die. You're crazy. At this moment, on the other side, Hong Yu was furious. He shouted, "Fang Ping, don't you mess around. What do you know?" Sky Hound and the other 2 went to the celestial cemetery to suppress beginner martial artists. We are also suppressing beginner martial artists in the outside world. They are not the only ones contributing. You don't know anything. Stop messing around. Hong Yu shouted angrily. Heavenly King Zhen frowned slightly and said in a low voice, "Fang Ping, Tianchen, and the other 2 went to the celestial cemetery. Everyone in the source world knows about this, including beginner martial artists. The beginner martial artists in the depths of misery are being suppressed by us. The beginner martial artists in the celestial cemetery are being suppressed by them." This was a tacit agreement between both sides. It did not mean that the 3 powerhouses were fighting alone in the celestial cemetery. These powerhouses of the source world still had some alliances. King Kuan and the other Broken 8 powerhouses were also suppressing the Chu Wu mainland. Otherwise, the powerful beginner martial artists would not have been afraid to enter the land realm. Fang Ping paused for a moment, then laughed. "Is that so? What does that have to do with me? Big Cat, are you going to be killed by someone? Are they going to listen to you? Are they going to protect you or not? If they want to protect you, then come back. Who cares if he's a beginner martial artist or not?" Fang Ping laughed. "The 9 emperors and 4 emperors don't care. TSK, TSK. Each and every one of you is so selfless. But the last time when the beginner martial artists attacked, I didn't see any of you joining forces to kill them." Fang Ping roared, "Big Cat, call them back. Why do you care about other people's lives? Who cares if they're at origin or beginner martial artists? Your own life is your own. In this world, if the origin loses, then it'll be a beginner martial artist. At this moment, Fong Ping hit the gong again and laughed. Beginner martial artists, did you hear that? If you win, the human race will be a beginner martial artist. I, Fong Ping, am a man of my word. After killing all these powerhouses of the origin, I'll collapse my Tao and walk the beginner martial path. How about that? At this moment, in a faraway place, an extremely powerful mentality swept over. An old voice came slowly. Human King, are you serious? Serious. Fong Ping roared. What does beginner martial artists and origin have to do with me? The human race has close to 10 billion people. Only a few of them walk the origin path. If you help me kill Hong Yu and Li Zhu today, everyone below rank 9 will be a beginner martial artist. I'll let you preach to the world. Rumble. Heaven and earth changed. At this moment, in the depths of the sea of sufferings, shadows of powerhouses were projected between heaven and earth. Even Heavenly Arm, who was struck away by Heavenly King suppressing that day, was projected between heaven and earth. He said in a clear voice, Human King, the human race, you have the final say? I have the final say. Fong Ping roared. Didn't you want to kill Tsang Mao to cut off the origin? There's no need for that. You help me kill these powerhouses of the origin. The human race is all new martial artists. The new martial artist generation hasn't been around for many years. Do we care about the beginner martial artist path? We haven't received any favors from the 9 emperors and 4 emperors. We're not their successors. Do we care about what path we take? Even if I don't walk the pure origin path and break my Tao, I can walk it however I want. My body isn't weak. Beginner martial artists, what do you think? At this moment, a shadow appeared between heaven and earth again. King Kuan appeared. At this moment, King Kuan's projection was extremely huge. His voice was cold. Fong Ping, do you know what you're saying? Fong Ping roared. Of course I know. Do you think I don't dare? Can't do it? Do you think I have to stick to the origin path? Do you think the human race has to walk the origin path? It's all just what you think. Why? Since I'm being ostracized and oppressed in the origin path, then I'll go against the origin. The heavenly kings of the origin path that died were all killed by me. Most of the saints that died were slaughtered by me. We're already irreconcilable. Do you think I'm still afraid of you? Go against the origin. A loud roar, accompanied by the sound of the sky gong, resounded in all directions, resounding in the 3 realms. At this moment, someone echoed, Li Chongqing cut off the sky demon king's wings with a sword and roared. Then go against the origin. It has never obeyed. Go against the origin. Go against the origin. One by one, the powerhouses roared loudly. Below, the millions of martial artist army roared in unison. The southern territory was shaken. Go against the origin. At this moment, the sky fell and the earth cracked. Rumble. Thunder appeared. With a rumble, lightning struck down, smashing the mountain peaks and splitting the rivers. Fong Ping laughed. Are you afraid? Son of a B****, fight me. 9 emperors and 4 emperors. Did anyone hear that? Ha ha ha. If you force me, I'll make sure you have nowhere to go. Do you hear the beginner martial lineage? Do you hear the cries of the humans? Heaven and earth are not to be feared. I'll decide what path to take. If I say the origin is dog sh*t, then it's dog sh*t. Fong Ping roared. Is there anyone willing to help me? If you kill these enemies, then you'll be my ally. Rumble. Between heaven and earth. Thunder rumbled everywhere. At this moment, someone could not hold it in anymore. Hong Yu shouted, Li Zhen, you've walked on the origin. Now are you returning to the beginner martial lineage? Kuan Ping, you've achieved Tao through the origin. Are you going to walk on the beginner martial lineage? In the battle of myriad Taos, the beginner martial lineage was defeated. Do you still want to walk on the beginner martial lineage? Can you walk on the beginner martial lineage? Hong Yu shouted angrily. Fang Ping, do you think you can win just because you've gone against the origin? Ask the three realms. How many would agree to walk on the origin path? You're courting death. At this moment, in the sky, a long spear appeared in the weapon master's hand. He shouted coldly, Fang Ping, you can't talk nonsense. The origin path has been passed down for 30,000 years. No matter how serious the struggle of the origin is, it doesn't affect the foundation. Go to hell. Fang Ping cursed. Old thing, I'll kill you next. You King meddled in my business and obstructed the human race. I'll remember this. You're even more despicable than King Kuin and the rest. If you push me too far, I'll kill you first. Tian Chief's ending will be your ending. Don't give me that. If you don't want me to rebel, the human race to rebel, kill Li Zhu now. Otherwise, when I rebel against the origin, I'll kill you first. The weapon master was stunned by the scolding. Fang Ping did not care what he thought. He laughed. I don't care about the subduing heavenly king. King Wu, the human race rebelled against the origin. Are you willing to give up on the emperor path? The human race has no emperor. Zhang Tao was indifferent. Ha ha ha. Fang Ping laughed again. Did you hear that? Did you hear that? Let me tell you, this is the attitude of the human race. Do you think I'll just accept it? In your dreams. As long as the beginner martial lineage doesn't care about the death of the 5 saints, then it's fine. Everything can be discussed. Preaching isn't a big deal. Just do it. As for the cat, do you think that if you break its origin, you'll be able to break its origin? You're thinking too much. If it really doesn't work, everything can be discussed. Even if the cat's origin world is destroyed, it's not like we can't talk. The cat looked at him innocently. Did you sell your cat? Fang Ping raised his brows, signaling it not to be anxious. He was just saying, if he could rope in the beginner martial lineage and get rid of these origin powerhouses first, that would be the best. Even if he could not give the beginner martial lineage some hope, it would not meddle in his business with Li Zhu and the rest. Li Zhu and the rest would not side with the beginner martial lineage. They were all counting on the origin to prove their Tao and become an emperor. How could they give up on the origin? As for Fang Ping, it was possible. It was possible. That was hope. The beginner martial lineage powerhouses all looked solemn at this moment. Fang Ping actually had the intention to lead the human race on the path of beginner martial. The beginner martial lineage had been defeated in the Battle of Myriad Paths. For 30,000 years in the 3 realms, the human world and the land realm had always been on the path of origin. Now, the human world was incomparably powerful. As a human king, Fang Ping actually said that they should go against the path of beginner martial. It was like a bolt from the blue. The beginner martial lineage had gone crazy. What did this mean? It meant that the battle of Tao might be reversed. Although they had lost in the past, if the human race really went against the path of beginner martial, they would actually win without fighting this time. Lunatic. In the faraway sea region, Moon's spirit sighed again. What a lunatic. Li Zhu and the rest provoked Fang Ping. Hong Yu provoked Fang Ping. They might all be stronger than Fang Ping, but they were not as ruthless as him. Had anyone ever thought that Fang Ping would say something like that? At this time, when the origin and the beginner martial lineage were already exposed as mortal enemies, Fang Ping, a super genius of the path of origin, actually said that he wanted to lead the human race on the path of beginner martial. The 9 sovereigns and 4 emperors might not even die. How could Fang Ping dare to say this at this time? He really dared to say it. Did Fang Ping think that once the powerhouses returned and knew that he, a human king, had such thoughts, they might not let him go? Was he not afraid of being punished? This was something that everyone was well aware of. At this moment, the heavens and earth roared and thunder roared. This thunder seemed to be caused by the trembling of the path of origin. This might be the result of the emperors sensing everything from a place infinitely far away. Was Fang Ping not afraid of death? West Imperial Palace. Sheng Nan was so scared that his face turned pale. Treason, really treason. Fang Ping actually dared to say this. Not only him, if Fang Ping was alone, it would not be a big deal. The origin did not lack one or two people. But this was a human king. He actually represented the human race and wanted to rely on beginner martial. How many humans were there? Billions. This was not the key point. The key point was that the human race was actually the foundation of the three realms. Everything originated from the human race. And today, Fang Ping wanted to break the foundation of the 9 sovereigns and 4 emperors. Yes, this was breaking the foundation of the 9 sovereigns and 4 emperors. Fang Ping was digging his own grave. Celestial polarity side. I say they're all lunatics. Quick, close the passageway and move the West Imperial Dojo. Move it deeper. If we're not careful this time, it will be a battle to the death between beginner martial and the origin. If those lunatics in the Sky Tomb are also released, today 5 or 6 of them will die. That's normal. Quick, leave this place. We can't stay in the 3 realms anymore. We can't live like this anymore. The battle of Myriad Dao, the battle from 30,000 years ago, might explode again today. Crazy! The powerhouses of the beginner martial lineage were probably about to explode with excitement. There were many powerhouses of the human race. Of course, if they really betrayed, Lindsay and the others might not still support the human race. It was okay. Fang Ping and King Wu were here. In addition, Heavenly King Zhen, Sherpa, Tengu, Tianqin, a large number of powerhouses might hesitate. The premise was that Fang Ping had really talked to the cat, and the cat was also willing. Those top powerhouses might hesitate. And if they hesitated, beginner martials' chance had come. Sky Arm Continent. At this moment, Heavenly Arm Elder appeared again and transmitted his voice in all directions. He said excitedly, "Quick, wake up all our sleeping friends. Today's chance is here. Break the Sky Tomb. Save Fist God and the others and kill the origin. Prepare for battle." Heavenly Arm Elder roared. The entire continent heard his voice. Prepare for battle. The battle from 30,000 years ago is not over yet. If the human race really rebelled against the origin, follow me into the land realm. This 30,000-year-old elder was extremely excited at this moment. The human race was rebelling. Unexpectedly, the beginner martial lineage had never considered this possibility before. They had lost the battle of Dao 30,000 years ago. Since then, the 9 sovereigns and 4 emperors succeeded in proving their Dao, and the beginner martial lineage was completely suppressed. In this era, where the 9 sovereigns and 4 emperors might not die, there was actually a clan leader who said the words of rebelling against the origin. How could he not be excited? Kill the cat. Everything was still unknown. However, the human race rebelled against the origin and took the beginner martial path. This represented the Battle of Dao, and they won in the end. At this moment, in the center of the continent, Iron Head was stunned. Fang Ping was really good. The entire Sea of Sufferings was in chaos. Waves of aura boiled, and the sleeping powerhouses were awakened one by one. Even in Sky Arm Continent, there were sleeping powerhouses who were forcibly awakened at this moment. There were emperors, saints, and even some powerful people who were suspected to be heavenly kings. They were all awakening. The war was about to begin, the real war that would engulf the 3 realms. At this moment, a powerhouse who was proficient in mentality transmitted his voice in all directions. He transmitted his voice to Fang Ping, taking it very seriously. He asked again, "Human King, if we take action, the human race is really willing to pass on the beginner martial path." Willing. Fang Ping could not transmit his voice that far, but with the sound of the sky bell he did it. At this moment, Fang Ping's voice was firm. "I'll say this in advance. The human race is not a slave. Taking the beginner martial path is only the martial path, not to be your grandson's. As long as you don't interfere with the human race's internal affairs, it's the same whether the human race takes the beginner martial path or the origin. If you can agree, then there's a basis for cooperation. If you want to be the grandfather of the human race, you can't either. You're not qualified. I'm only talking about the martial path, the beginner martial path, nothing else. You have to understand this point. Otherwise, don't blame the human race for taking the beginner martial path today and rebelling tomorrow. If Fong Ping agreed immediately, some people would still be worried. At this moment, hearing Fong Ping's words, some people calmed down instantly. The heavenly arm elder roared. At this realm, there's no meaning in ruling the human race. Human king, if the human race really takes the beginner martial path, then today will be the day of the war. Rumble. Streams of aura that pierced through heaven and earth rose. Continents emerged from the depths of the sea of misery. One by one, heavenly kings soared into the sky, their killing intent boiling. In the tomb of heaven, rumble. One by one, huge figures emerged. Someone laughed and said, Tengu Tianchen, did you guys hear that? Ha ha ha. Interesting, too interesting. Ha ha ha. Did the 9 sovereigns and 4 emperors think that this day would come? Do they dare to believe it? Do they dare to believe that the human king will rebel against the origin today? Ha ha ha. This is too interesting. One by one, the sky-shaking figures appeared, all of them laughing maniacally. At this moment, Tian Chen and the others' expressions changed. Tengu grimaced, unable to refute for a moment. He could not help but curse. This? What the F***CK is going on? What should they do? On the human side, the human king wanted them to retreat and return. Song Mao was in the human race. As for the human race, now they wanted to rebel against the origin and negotiate with their archenemy, the beginner martial path, about changing the orthodoxy. Even Tengu was stunned. The human king, Fong Ping, the kid he saw that day, had guts. Two. Crazy. This was equivalent to betraying the 9 sovereigns and 4 emperors. Not only that, but he also dug up their foundation and betrayed them with the human race. If the emperors returned, the first person they would kill would be Fong Ping. There would be no exceptions. Sherpa was also stunned. What should we do? The 2 of you. What should we do? Fong Ping. Human king. The corner of Sherpo's mouth twitched. It was too cruel. This guy is a human devil, right? At this moment, Sherpa could not help but say this. Human devil. Fong Ping's words had even shaken the foundation of the origin. It could be said that the effect of the human race rebelling against the origin might be 10 times, 100 times better than killing Song Mao. The people of the beginner martial path were laughing hysterically. Tian Chen's expression was uncertain. He said in a low voice, "We can't retreat, continue to suppress them. Now we can only take it one step at a time." At this time, in the center of the mainland, someone laughed. "What are you waiting for? Tian Chen, Tengu, as long as you join forces with us, Song Mao, no one will kill him. Destroy the 9 sovereigns and 4 emperors' orthodoxy. Destroy the origin's foundation, and spread the beginner martial path. You guys, do as you wish. As long as you don't spread the origin, we won't pursue the past." "That's right, Tian Chen. Shut up!" Tian Chen roared angrily, slightly enraged. He kept repeating Fong Ping's name in his heart. This person had really broken the taboo this time. As soon as this was said, the powerhouses of the origin were going crazy. Tian Chen looked into the endless darkness and murmured, "Something big is going to happen. Will there be emperors returning?" Something big was really going to happen. If things went wrong today, the origin would be in grave danger. Fong Ping was indeed crazy. The deaths of the heavenly kings like Demon Emperor, Heaven Reverse, Tian Chief, and King Sun were all related to him. Many of the sages were dead too. The strength of the origin had been greatly weakened by this guy. Therefore, When Fong Ping said that he wanted to rebel, the beginner martial path did not dare to underestimate him, much less take him seriously. The Origin did not even dare to treat it as a joke. Those who knew Fong Ping's temper believed that he would do it. In the three realms, the auras of powerhouses shook heaven and earth. Thunder rumbled incessantly. Fong Ping's laughter echoed between heaven and earth as he struck the sky bell again and again. "You're forcing me, aren't you? Continue. This is just the beginning. I still have a lot of plans. Moon Spirit knows. Ha ha ha! Is any one of the 9 sovereigns and 4 emperors returning? Are they going to attack? Come on, kill me. I'll let you guys go crazy together." Fong Ping laughed maniacally, but his eyes were calm. "Return my ass. Come out now if you have the guts." Chapter 1249. The 3 realms were shaken. At this moment, Heavenly King Zhen was stunned. He did not expect this to happen. Fong Ping suddenly shouted something like this in the middle of the battle. It was unbelievable. Even if everyone knew he was comforting the Chu Wu lineage and asking them not to interfere. But this lunatic Fong Ping might really go against the Origins. Really. As long as the timing was right, he did not care about the orthodoxy. The martial king would not care either. Fong Ping. Fong Ping. One by one, the Origin powerhouses were shocked. One by one, the Origin powerhouses looked at Fong Ping. Their gazes were complicated, cold, and fearful. Fong Ping was still laughing wildly. He shouted, "Let me ask you, how many of the 3 realms' origins are on the side of humans and me? As long as there are enough, we will join forces with the Chu Wu lineage and destroy our enemies. The 9 sovereigns and 4 emperors are back. At most, we will fight. If we lose, we will die. I'm not afraid of death." As soon as he said that, the bandits of the chaotic Heavenly King suddenly went crazy. Someone laughed wildly. "No, I've fallen in love with King Ren. Ha ha ha, King Ren, I'm on your side. Kill the 9 sovereigns and 4 emperors and get their wives. King Ren is so domineering. I'm on your side. Do you want it?" Chaotic Heavenly King panicked. He shouted, "All of you shut up. You're all from the kingdom of chaos now. Boss, follow King Ren. It's awesome." Someone shouted, "What are you afraid of? Fight if you're unhappy. Who cares about the Chu Wu lineage?" 8,000 years ago, when the world changed, did the 9 sovereigns and 4 emperors think about us? The age of chaos, ha ha ha, the age of chaos. How many people died? How many brothers died? At this moment, a bandit wailed, "Fight them. I've gone crazy after 2,000 years of chaos. My parents died, my brothers and sisters died, my whole family died. Scheming? Who the F*CK cares if I live or die? Boss, fight with King Ren." The bandits had their own story. 8,000 years ago, the world changed. Too many people died. 2,000 years of chaos. That was the Dark Age. How could they not go crazy? The upper echelons wouldn't die, and no one cared about the lower echelons. The middle echelons were the most pitiful, becoming everyone's pawns. In the chaotic era, the 72 kings were all forced out. Today, Fong Ping was going to overturn the chessboard. They were too excited. "Human sovereign, I'll fight you." A saint roared angrily, "Overturn the 3 realms and kill all these chess players. I want to see who can still play chess. F*CK. F*CK. The bandits were excited. She was heartbroken. The little brother that he had brought out was actually going to run away. This was unreasonable. It was not easy for him to gather all his underlings. It was not for the sake of giving them to Fong Ping. Luan was very sad and anxious. She shouted, "What are you shouting for? Listen to me, I'll lead you." Did he not want to reverse the Origin? "If you follow me, I'll rebel against the beginner Origin martial artists and be the boss." Roar, roar, roar. It was crazy. This time the bandits really went crazy. All of them were extremely excited. "Boss, do it." "Wait a moment. The boss is only at level 7. Can he really do it?" Why don't we work together with the humans? Let's get rid of the others first, then the humans, and then we'll be the boss. Well done. Someone shouted. Human Sovereign, we'll team up with you first. If we win, our boss will fight you one-on-one. Whoever wins will be the boss. How about that? Fong Ping laughed too. All right, Luan, let's do it together. Do you want to join us? Luan grimaced. His position as the boss was at stake. This could not go on. He could not back down. Hearing that, he quickly said, Right, that's a deal then. There was silence everywhere. The weapon master shouted coldly, Luan, F***CK, your grandpa. Luan scolded directly, I have a grudge against Hong Yu. If you dare to help Hong Yu, you're going against me. Fong Ping, why don't we team up and kill him first? Having said that, he looked at Fong and shouted, Why don't you wait first? After we kill him, I might die too. Then I'll come back and kill you. Let's take advantage of you. Fong was speechless. What was wrong with this era? She did not understand. She thought she had plotted against the three realms. In the end, she met a group of people who did not play by the rules. What else was there to plot? The weapon master was the most powerful person after the 9 sovereigns and 4 emperors. Today he was scolded again and again. His face was livid. No one took him seriously. What weapon master? What broken 8? They were scolding him. So what? Not only were they scolding him, but they also wanted to kill him. Not only did they want to kill him, they might actually be able to kill him. Because at this moment, Fong Ping shouted, Heavenly King subduing, it doesn't matter if you're going against the origin. How about we team up and kill this old thing? Chu, it doesn't matter if I want to work with you or not. Let's work together and kill this old thing first. You won't lose anything. A broken 8 and a lackey of the origin, a loyal lackey. Killing him will definitely be profitable. This is also the basis of our cooperation. 2 broken 8 will do. See, Guardian, you guys do what you need to do. Working with Chu might not work now. Killing a weapon master won't be a big loss. Let me vent my anger too. How about that? The surroundings fell silent again. However, at this time there was movement in the depths of the sea of sufferings. Heavenly Arm and an old man with silver white hair came walking in the air. They broke through the passageway and broke heaven and earth. Heavenly Arm laughed. Sure, we can talk about the cooperation later. We will spare no effort to kill a weapon master. Even if one of us dies, it will be worth it. Everyone, if you don't interfere, today we will kill a weapon master. Fong Ping laughed crazily again. The weapon master's face turned green. He really wanted to kill him. Heavenly King subduing, Tu Chu with broken 8, plus Fong Ping and Luan, if Fong did not interfere. He suspected that he would really die. This was also a major prerequisite for both sides to cooperate. Just as Fong Ping said, killing him would not cause any loss for Chu. It was a sure win. Even if 1 broken 8 died, it would be worth it. One of the 3 messengers in the past, killing a weapon master and a broken 8 powerhouse, was worth it. The world had changed. The weapon master was really frustrated at this moment. He did not know what to say. Fong Ping sneered. Scram now. If you scram, I'll spare your worthless life. If you don't, I'll kill you. The weapon master's eyes were cold. He looked at Fong Ping and said in a low voice, Do you know that Origin Dao can rule the 3 realms for 30,000 years? Kill. Fong Ping gave up on the 5 saints and charged toward them. Heavenly King subduing, force him into level 6. You really want to kill him? The Heavenly King subduing was stunned. Nonsense. Old man, hurry up. Whose side are you on? The Heavenly King, subduing, was a little dazed. You want to kill a weapon master? I can't react in time. Are you fighting the catacombs or these wandering Heavenly Kings? Very quickly, his expression changed slightly. Maybe Fong Ping did not come to fight the catacombs, powerhouses this time. He came to eliminate these unstable factors. Luan wanted to cooperate with humans. The Sea Guardian was completely separated from the other forces. The Sky Chief was killed. Feng was definitely going against the humans. As for the Weapon Master, he was not sure. There was another uncertainty, and that was Moon Spirit. However, Moon Spirit was a little scared by Feng Ping. She probably would not dare to do anything to humans now. Instead, it was the Weapon Master who was the most unstable. Of course, there was still celestial polarity. However, with celestial polarity being scared by Feng Ping, he probably would not dare to be Feng Ping's enemy. After killing the Weapon Master, the situation of the three realms would be completely clear. Not only that, the Heavenly King, subduing, thought of Chu Wu again. This time, Feng Ping had given Chu Wu hope. Chu Wu would no longer be hostile to Feng Ping. At least, before dealing with Feng Ping, he would definitely consider whether he could rope Feng Ping in. Feng Ping had no position. At least, he had no position in the battle between Origin and Chu Wu. The Heavenly King, subduing, looked at Feng Ping with a complicated expression. This kid, did he create this situation unintentionally or on purpose? If he did, this kid was really scary. Did he have the time to calculate all this when he was cultivating? Even King Wu was not as good as him. Feng Ping toyed with people's hearts. He was really strong. It seemed like he was fighting the catacombs' powerhouses, but in the end, it became the division of the three realms' forces. All forces suffered losses. Only the humans were getting stronger. Scary. The Heavenly King, subduing, suddenly felt a chill. When did this kid think that he was not a good person? Would it be like today, creating a situation where the three realms would kill him together? At this moment, the void was torn apart. Two powerhouses were about to arrive. Someone wanted to stop them. King Kuan. At this moment, Feng Ping shouted, "If we don't stop them, that human is still from Origin. If we stop them, today will be the Chu Wu humans." King Kuan's expression changed again. Should he stop them or not? Hong Yu shouted angrily, "Attack! Don't be threatened by him. Otherwise, it will always be like this. The Weapon Master cannot die." They were talking about how the Weapon Master could not die. A broken 8 powerhouse was in danger now. The cultivators of the Chu Wu lineage were overjoyed. No rush. No rush to force the humans to join Chu Wu. As long as King Kuan and the others did not interfere, they would take the opportunity to kill the Weapon Master today. This opportunity was too rare. Besides Feng Ping, it seemed like no one else could create such an opportunity again. Hong Yu shouted again, "Kuan Ping, do you want to watch the Weapon Master be killed?" Feng Ping laughed. "Monster Emperor, the demons want to rise again. The three realms want to reshuffle. The Weapon Master is stubbornly loyal and stupid. You betrayed the Celestial Court. Will he let you go? How many years have you known each other? Don't you understand? If you kill him, the Origin will not be destroyed. Even if they suffer some losses, it will be Hong Yu and the others who suffer. That's just nice. It will give you time to develop. Why do you care so much?" As soon as he said that, the Sea Guardian seemed to have made up his mind. With a punch, he broke the 8th heaven and brought Hong Yu into 8th heaven. Killing the Weapon Master, there were still many Origin powerhouses. Just as Feng Ping said, the Weapon Master was stubbornly loyal. If he betrayed the Celestial Court, that fellow might come looking for trouble. If he died, so be it. The Sea Guardian did not care and brought Hong Yu away. This way, the only one who had the right to interfere was King Kuan. He was also at Broken 8. Feng Ping shouted again, "Heavenly King, if you don't want to kill your friend, you can go and stop King Kuan and the two Chu Wu powerhouses. Let's kill the Weapon Master together. How about that?" "All right." Sky Arm agreed readily. The Heavenly King's expression was complicated and bitter. He sighed. "This forget it. I sigh, leave the divine sect to me. Do whatever you want." He left. Before he left, he blasted the Weapon Master to 6th heaven with a punch. At this moment, the two Chu Wu powerhouses arrived. Sky Arm laughed. Human King, kill him and we can talk about working together again. Human King, the Chu-Wu lineage is willing to talk to the human race. The other powerhouse also spoke. At this time he was being really polite. Rumble. A great battle broke out instantly. The two powerhouses really wanted to kill the weapon master. There was no doubt about it. This was a rare opportunity. Fang Ping chuckled and did not continue to interfere. He looked at the weapon master's frenzied outburst, the heavenly spear flashing. He grinned. Old man, I hate people like you the most. It's all because of you bastards. Just like King Kuan and Li Zhu. You're clearly the enemy of the human race. I'm not that angry yet, but you have to pretend to be strong. Heavenly Court is the orthodox. Hong Yu is the orthodox. Orthodox my A ***. I'll kill you and you can be the orthodox on the road to hell. Everyone was dumbfounded. In the blink of an eye, Fang Ping had tricked two Chu-Wu supreme powerhouses to join the battle. But no one said anything. Even Hong Yu and Li Zhu did not speak at this moment. They were worried that Fang Ping would continue to go crazy and really bring the entire human race to join the Chu-Wu lineage. Now, it seemed like Fang Ping was also restraining himself, only letting the Chu-Wu martial artists fight the weapon master. Fang Ping's control of speed was also shocking. This was the limit of what they could bear. Otherwise, the Sea Guardian and the others might fall out with Fang Ping. Fang Ping, on the other hand, said that he would only kill the weapon masters. Thinking about it, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. Only killing the weapon masters. Since when did Fang Ping have the confidence to kill the weapon masters? When he said he would kill the weapon masters, someone would be willing to help him. This was something that was impossible even in ancient times. Humph! A muffled grunt was heard. The weapon master broke through the endless void, his face pale. He was fighting 1 against 2. How could he be a match? At his peak, which was the day he killed the supreme powerhouses, he might have been able to do it. But today he could not. He had just awakened not long ago and had not recovered to his peak. Seeing this, Fang Ping sneered. You haven't even recovered your full strength, and you dare to jump out. The two of you are Chu-Wu supreme powerhouses. If you want to kill him, you must take this opportunity. If you are not afraid of death, then fight him to the death. Don't think that you will die. Humans have fought until now because they dare. If you kill him, the Chu-Wu lineage can more or less turn the tables. Heavenly Arm's arms were like jade. He laughed heartily. Don't worry, Human King. This is my first time working with a human king. The Chu-Wu lineage will not let you look down on us. We, the Chu-Wu powerhouses, are not afraid of death. Fang Ping believed this. The Chu-Wu lineage fellows were quite scary. Previously, the 4 heavenly kings knew that they were going to die, but they still dared to fight to the death. Based on this, Fang Ping knew that this lineage was not to be trifled with. If it were not for the fact that there were no Chu-Wu powerhouses who had proven themselves as emperors, they might not be afraid of the origin lineage. At this moment, vitality erupted from Heavenly Arm's arms, piercing through 8th heaven. He was incomparably crazy. Punch after punch, he bombarded the weapon master. Another mentality powerhouse was currently doing something that shocked Fang Ping. He transformed into heaven and earth in 8th heaven. He wanted to seal his origin. Once he succeeded in sealing the weapon master's origin, the weapon master would definitely die. Damn it! The weapon master went crazy. His hair was disheveled. Holding the divine spear, he was also crazy. He roared, Li Zhen, are you going to sit and watch me get killed? Hong Yu, Kunping. Damn it! Seal. The weapon master was panicking. He was really panicking. His strength was not as good as before. Once his origin was sealed by this mentality powerhouse, he would be dead for sure. He would not even be able to run. Heavenly Arm's origin was sealed. Although breaking through to 8th heaven would weaken his origin, he had not reached that stage yet. Right now, his origin had increased by more than 3 times. Once it was sealed, he still had powerful combat strength. He might be comparable to the broken 6 heavenly kings, but against a physique powerhouse, it would be strange if he could not kill him. Seniors, let's finish this quickly. I'll go kill a few people and come back to help. Fang Ping laughed heartily and charged downwards. He had given up on the 5 saints just now to force the heavenly king, subduing, not to interfere. He was afraid that the heavenly king subduing would choose to interfere because they were good friends. If that happened, Fang Ping's previous plan would be in vain. That was why he came here, personally, to make his stance clear. He would not rest until he was dead. Why did he interfere blindly? Did he not know that he, Fang Ping, hated fence-sitters the most? When the weapon master first revived, he wanted to snatch his heavenly king's seal. He could not kill him. The battle was getting weirder and weirder. At this moment, Li Zhu calmed down. Looking at the 5 saints who were about to escape, he said coldly, to break the stalemate, kill Fang. If he killed Fang Ping, the stalemate would be broken. Without Fang Ping, many powerhouses of the origins would not allow the humans to rely on Chu Wu. Sea Guardian, Chaos, Dragon Transformation, Lindsay, so many powerhouses were actually roped in by Fang Ping. Even if King Wu was still alive, he would not be as dangerous as Fang Ping. If King Wu wanted to rely on Chu Wu, it would depend on the situation. He dared not make such a rash decision. Everything was in Fang Ping's hands. If Fang Ping died, the connection between the humans and Song Mao would be severed. Powerhouses like the Heavenly Hound would no longer be a backup for the humans to rely on Chu Wu. Absolutely not. Chu Wu wanted to kill Song Mao. Therefore, in the end, it was still Fang Ping. Fang Ping could not be bothered with him. He looked at the 5 saints below and said lightly, "The 2 under Sky Chief can leave now. Without the saint token, without the heavenly king to back you up, staying here. Are you sure you want to die? If you're sure, I'll kill you later. Do you believe me?" The 2 of them looked at each other, gritted their teeth, and said in a low voice, "We want to bring the heavenly secret away." The heavily injured heavenly secret. Sure, get lost. Without another word, the 2 of them gathered the heavenly secret and were about to leave. At this moment, Sky Sword was a little angry. He shouted, "You can't leave, Rumble." With a loud bang, the 2 saints attacked him directly. One blow sent Sky, sword flying. The 2 of them quickly left with the heavenly secret, not even looking back. What a joke! The weapon master was about to be killed. Sky Chief was dead. Sky Yong was killed. Why would they stay? Wait for death? Did they really think that Fang Ping did not dare to kill them? Did they really think that they were idiots? If they were not trapped by Fang Ping just now, they would have escaped long ago. They would not have waited until now. Hee, Fang Ping chuckled and looked at the 3 saints. He did not know why he was laughing. The 3 saints' expressions kept changing. It was dangerous, but they could not leave. If they left, this battle would be completely lost. Who knew how many saints and even heavenly kings would die today? Because if they ran, Fang Ping would release his combat strength. At this moment, even Li Zhu sighed inaudibly. The situation was reversed. It was really reversed. Today, after so many arrangements and inviting so many powerhouses as reinforcements, even the divine sect was suppressed by heavenly king suppression. The 3 realms no longer had any reinforcements. On one side, the humans had suppressed all the enemies in the 3 realms. Fang Ping was terrifying. It was not his strength, it was his scheming, it was his unique charm. Even if they were enemies, Li Zhu had to admit Fang Ping's charm. He could make the humans die for him. He could make King Wu and the others submit. And he could also make some powerhouses in the 3 realms willingly fall into his trap. For example, Chu Wu. They knew that Fang Ping was scheming, but they were willing because Fang Ping created a great opportunity for them. Li Zhu sighed bitterly and murmured, "Who can reverse all of this?" The weapon master and the three saints were all going to die. Who could reverse it? Probably no more, right? King Wu chuckled. Awesome. Before, these people thought that they controlled everything. Now, the humans controlled everything. If they wanted to kill them, they would kill them. After killing the weapon master and the three saints, the catacombs better behave themselves. Otherwise, they would be beaten until they ate dirt. Below, Fong Ping laughed. Don't say that. Otherwise, I'm afraid the 9 sovereigns and 4 emperors will really come back and interfere. We have to keep a low profile. Li Zhu, don't be afraid. I'll kill the 3 of them and the weapon master. Then I'll end the war. Am I good enough? Li Zhu snorted. He was about to say that he would not be able to kill the 3 saints so easily. After all, they were existences close to the heavenly king level. But in the next moment, he swallowed the words that were on the tip of his tongue. Song Mao. Yes, everyone had almost forgotten about Song Mao. At this moment, Song Mao suddenly pulled Celestial Sword's main body away. Above, the heaven confinement bell suddenly emitted a violent sound, shaking the void until it exploded. Celestial Sword's golden body exploded immediately. Yes, it was that simple. Fong Ping was still very far away from the 3 saints, but he destroyed Celestial Sword's golden body in the blink of an eye. Fong Ping laughed, grabbing the 8 saint tokens and the heavenly king seal in the air directly into his hands. The god-slaying saber appeared in the void, slashing out countless times. Boom! The Tao collapsed. The 2 kings did not even have time to rescue. Celestial Sword's Tao was broken by Fong Ping's breakthrough into the main body. Fong Ping strolled in the void, laughing. Do the saints have the right to oppose me? Do they have the right to oppose me? Both of you! Since you love each other so much, I'll send you on your way to love. Bastard! An angry roar was heard. Both of them spoke in unison. At this moment, the Tao that had been entangled in the air for a long time suddenly took a step forward. Rumble. In the source world, 2 large stars rose up, boiling. Li Zhu suddenly smiled. Success! The 2 kings had achieved Heavenly King Tao. This time there was still a fight. At this critical moment, the danger of their lives had also forced the 2 kings to achieve Tao. If they did not succeed, they would die without a doubt. If they succeeded, the 2 of them would definitely not lose to Fong Ping. At this moment, both of them stared at Fong Ping. They quickly transformed, revealing smiles. Smiles of luck. They would not die. Fong Ping could not help but laugh. He walked in the air, attracting all their attention. He laughed. I haven't completed my transformation. How can 2 newly promoted heavenly kings be my opponents? I think you'd better die. Fong Ping broke into the source and resisted Fong Ping with all his might. Beside him, the cat's mentality fluctuated. Tianji and Tianming had no choice but to resist this man and cat's joint attack. The cat's eyes suddenly widened. The 2 kings had no time to care about it. And at this moment, Tianming suddenly let out an extremely sharp roar. You! Boom! Bang! The golden body exploded. Behind them, a figure fled quickly, his face pale. Soon, King Huai, who had escaped from this place, did not look back. He roared, Human King, I did it. You have to give me what you promised me. From now on, I have to wander the 3 realms. Ha ha ha! King Huai! At this moment, the world was stunned once again. Just now, King Huai suddenly unleashed the strength of a saint, ambushed Tianming, and destroyed his flesh. And at this time, Fong Ping had quickly arrived, cutting off the source and destroying his mentality. Heavenly King. That's good too. I can still see fireworks in the source after I die. You guys are proven heavenly kings. It's too much to my liking. I like killing heavenly kings. Fong Ping's black and white energy intertwined, grabbing Tianming's mentality and said lightly, I've heard the names of the 2 kings for too long. Today, I'll kill you first, then send Tianji on his way to accompany you. Tianming's face was full of horror and resentment. At this moment, He did not care about Fong Ping. Suddenly he laughed mournfully. King Huai Ying, I'll wait for you. He was ambushed by King Huai. Otherwise, it would not be so easy for Fong Ping to kill them. He could not accept it. A lifetime of anticipation, and today he had succeeded. He became a heavenly king, he was transforming, and he was ambushed by a nobody like King Huai, a fatal threat. Without Fong Ping, he was not afraid. Even if his golden body was destroyed, it was nothing. King Huai could not kill him. But now he could not accept it. He would rather die at Fong Ping's hands than at King Huai's. Don't wait. I'm afraid you can't wait. Fong Ping laughed. The black and white energy erupted, instantly obliterating his mentality. Tianji had long been scared out of his wits. He self-destructed a part of his mentality, broke free from the control of the cat, and fled frantically, defeated, completely defeated. Even if he had proven his Tao and become a heavenly king, he was still defeated. Tianming was killed, Sky Sword was killed, he was no match for Fong Ping. Rumble. The source universe trembled. A great star had just risen, and then it was destroyed, blasted apart. Another heavenly king had fallen. Sky Chief had just died, and now Tianming. The two top-notch saints, Sky Sword and Sky Yong, had also died tragically. In a short period of time, powerhouses who had dominated the three realms in the past had fallen, just like that. At this moment, Hong Yu could not take it anymore. He roared, "Retreat! Everyone retreat! Retreat to the restricted area! Retreat! Li Zhu, palm print, seal the restricted area with me, retreat!" Woo woo woo! Below the catacombs sounded. Countless powerhouses retreated in defeat, the army fleeing. Retreat! Everyone retreat! Retreat to the restricted area! Madness, chaos, and defeat. Heavenly Sword was killed. Losing the Heavenly King seal was already disappointing. Now that Tianming's Heavenly King was killed in an instant, everyone was even more disappointed. Retreat! Otherwise, they might all be wiped out today. On the other side, in eighth heaven, the weapon master's forlorn laughter was heard. Heaven and earth was about to be sealed. A powerhouse who had broken through 8 was exhausting his vitality to seal the origin. Soon, just a little more, his origin was in turmoil. Another moment, perhaps the 3 realms would erupt in a bloodbath. Breaking through 8, someone was going to die. Hong Yu and Li Zhu could not care less about him. At this moment, Hong Yu attacked with all his might, wanting to defeat the Sea Guardian and lead everyone back to Mount Royal Sea. He wanted to seal the entire restricted area and retreat to the catacombs. Defeated, the moment Fong Ping killed Tianming, the catacombs' powerhouses knew that they had lost. No one could restrain Fong Ping. If they did not leave, all the saints would die. Retreat! Fong Ping walked in the air, holding the cat in one hand. He grinned. Didn't you want to unify the 3 realms and chase away the humans? Why retreat? Do you, Hong Yu and Li Zhu, not care about your reputation? Not care about your reputation? The cat repeated. Arrogant. The big fat cat lay on Fong Ping's palm, letting Fong Ping hold it. It said arrogantly, "Don't run. I'll stab all of you to death." How dare you bully a cat? Arrogant. The cat was very pleased, feeling very good. Although the liar was not that strong, the liar had won a war that engulfed the 3 realms. P.S. Although I want to continue writing, it's too tiring. I've already written 20,000 words today. Let's stop here. Chapter 1250. The experts of the new heavenly court wanted to retreat. Although Fong Ping was currently chasing after Tianji, he did not let the others go. Right now, Fong Ping was unrestrained. In a battle between 2 forces, a top-notch broken 6 heavenly king was unrestrained. One could imagine how great the impact would be. As Hong Yu retreated, he shouted, "Tianji, hold him back! Stall him for a while." At this level, a breaking 6 heavens King Kong would be able to deal a fatal blow to them. In front, Tianji's face was pale as he turned to look at Hongyu. Hongyu's expression was sorrowful as he continued shouting, "Hold them back for a while! Li Zhu, defeat them! Now retreat!" If Tianji stopped Fangping, he might die. But now he had no other choice. This time they had invited the weapon master, Feng, Tian Chief, the 4 sages, 2 sages of the human emperor's bloodline, and 4 celestial emperors beyond the sky. So many powerful cultivators had been invited to participate in the battle. They were full of confidence in this battle. But now, defeated. Even though the 2 kings were heavenly kings, they were still defeated. The number of heavenly kings participating in the battle had already exceeded the number of fingers on both sides. "Skyplant, keep Fangping busy." Li Zhu was also shouting. Energy exploded, killing Zhang Tao and the god-crafting envoy, causing them to continuously retreat. But at this time, Zhang Tao was also fighting with his life on the line, incomparably crazy. Kill. Zhang Tao was extremely excited. If they won this battle, the situation of humanity would be completely reversed. The catacombs would no longer suppress the human race. However, the catacombs' current losses were still too small. After all, Tian Kuei and the rest were external help. He wanted Fangping to kill a few more saints. On the other side, the Palm Imprint envoy was also going crazy. With the Myriad Worlds cauldron in his hand, he killed Lin Zi until she bled profusely. After all, Lin Zi had only broken 6. She had been using her palm imprint for more than 7 years. If she had not been suppressed by Li Zhu, she would not have been entangled by Lin Zi. At this moment, the Palm Seal envoy was also in a frenzy. He roared, "Heavenly Arm, how dare you kill a weapon master? The 3 realms are vast, but there is no place for you anymore." Ha ha ha. Heavenly Arm laughed loudly. At this moment, his arms erupted with power. With a loud roar, he shattered the weapon master's arm. He shouted angrily, "The Chuwu lineage has always been struggling at death's door. After struggling at death's door for 30,000 years. So what if there's no place to stay? Kuan Peng, are you going to help the wicked? Lin Zi, back off. Don't forget that you are the direct disciples of the Spirit Emperor." The experts were all roaring in anger. The cultivators of the origin lineage were still fighting amongst themselves. This was the reason why the 2 cultivators of the Chu Wu lineage dared to surround and kill the weapon masters. If it was any other day, how many origin breakthroughs would there be? Suppressing C, commanding weapon, suppressing Heavenly King, Hongyu, King Kuan, God-crafting envoy Feng, King Qian, Tian Chief, Li Zhu, Palm Seal, chaotic, the origin lineage was extremely powerful. Over at the Celestial Cemetery, there were still Tengu and a few others. This was the foundation of the origin, source, bloodline strength. In addition, the 9 sovereigns and 4 emperors had not fallen, and there were countless experts. There were many at the peak of the Chu Wu lineage who had broken through 8, but too many had been killed over the years. There were not many breaking 8 cultivators alive. There were few in the Tomb of Heaven, but outside the Tomb of Heaven, there were no more than 5 breaking 8 cultivators. How could they fight the source? The origins had internal strife, but if they encountered a beginner marshal, if there was danger, the broken 8 would still join hands. But today he was entangled. The Palm Imprint envoy roared, Li Zhu roared, and Hongyu exploded. These people were risking their lives. Hongyu roared again. "Feng, do your best to defeat chaos." Feng was a heavenly king who had broken through 8. Feng's gaze flickered. He was slightly stronger than chaotic. Even though he was injured, he was still slightly stronger than chaotic. But one had to know that chaotic was a lunatic. He would really fight to the death. The more dangerous it was, the more exciting it was. If he continued fighting with such a person, even if he managed to kill chaotic, he would be at a great disadvantage. Feng sighed in his heart, his voice echoing. "Hongyu, ask Moon Spirit to help once." Moon Spirit? Yes, the 3 known heavenly kings, Moon Spirit and Heaven's fate had yet to appear. As for King Kuin and the rest, the three heavenly kings were being held back by suppressing Heavenly King alone in the deep sea. Even if they defeated suppressing Heavenly King, it would be difficult for them to rush over. Moon Spirit might be able to make it. Moon Spirit! Hong Yu's expression changed. Suddenly, his voice echoed in all directions. Moon Spirit, help me once. Stop Fong Ping. Fong Ping chuckled and interrupted. You've already abandoned me for thousands of years, and you still have the cheek to ask? Senior Moon Spirit, don't forget our agreement. Also, Hong Yu is very ruthless. If you interfere now, you might be the one who dies. He would rather you die than his subordinates. If you don't give up on a man like him, do you still want to help him? Having said that, Fong Ping struck the sky gong. He laughed heartily. Heaven's fate, if Moon Spirit helps, help me stop her. If she doesn't, then forget it. I'll owe you a favor after this. If I don't die, the favor will still be useful, right? Hong Yu roared. Heaven's fate, how dare you interfere? Fong Ping's favor, you don't need it. West Palace, Heaven's fate heard it. The sky gong could be transmitted to the three realms. A powerhouse who had broken 8 could also shake the source universe for a moment. Even if he was very far away, he could still hear it. Hearing their conversation, Heaven's fate felt depressed. What did this have to do with him? You guys fight all you want. One dead is one less. Look, his ranking among the heavenly kings had risen by a few places in the blink of an eye. How great was that? Why did they have to drag him into this now? Heaven's fate pretended to be deaf and dumb. He did not reply, but he was weighing in his heart. What should he do? Hide? Hiding was not a bad idea. However, both of them had their eyes on him. If Moon Spirit really attacked, if he did not stop her, he would definitely offend Fong Ping and the rest. If he stopped her, he would definitely offend Hong Yu and the rest. What a dilemma. Moon Spirit, that be *TH. It's best if she doesn't attack. Heaven's fate was depressed. He really did not want to get involved in this. Deep in the Forbidden Sea, Yu Wei looked at Moon Spirit with a complicated expression. She said softly, Junior sister. Hong Yu was Moon Spirit's partner. Now that Hong Yu's side was in danger, should Moon Spirit help or sit back and do nothing? Moon Spirit said calmly he won't die. Since he won't die, why should we care about him? Yu Wei heaved a sigh of relief when she heard that. Moon Spirit turned around and took a look. She did not say anything, her expression still calm. At this moment, heaven and earth split open again. A great path collapsed like a blood vessel. Blood rained from the sky. A saint was dead. Fong Ping chased after Tianji, but he did not keep his eyes on him. At this moment, Fong Ping charged to the battlefield where Long Transformation was. The 3 great saints were restraining Long Transformation. The 3 great saints were barely restraining him. Now, Fong Ping and Nanmao were there. Nanmao's mentality was restraining, and the origin was pulling. Fong Ping broke into the origin and slashed the great path. Among these 3, 2 were heavenly king powerhouses. One was not a heavenly king, but his mentality was stronger than a heavenly king's. How could the great saints be a match for him if they joined forces? In the blink of an eye, one of the 3 great saints, Tiansu, was killed on the spot. No matter how fast he was, it was useless now. Run! Someone yelled, quickly retreating toward Hong Yu and the rest, escaping. The great saints were going crazy. Escape from the battlefield. Escape from 5th heaven. Otherwise, Fong Ping would defeat them one by one and kill them on the spot. Some great saints quickly converged with Tianji. Tianji was a heavenly king. Although he was not as powerful as Fong Ping, it would not be easy for Fong Ping to kill him. If they converged with Tianji, they still had a fighting chance. However, as these people escaped, some of them had their combat strength released. Long Huan laughed and met up with Fong Ping in an instant. The two great heavenly kings joined forces and swept across all directions. Another one died. Yu Wei's expression became more and more complicated. Another great saint died. Since ancient times, there had not been more powerhouses who had died recently. As for the battle, when the heavenly realm collapsed, they were almost finished at the same time. They did not see any changes in the sky. However, today, not just today, just a few days ago, many great heavenly kings died in battle. It was the same today. The rain of blood never stopped. Moon Spirit said calmly, with so many casualties, someone will not be able to hold it in. The three realms is not that simple. The origin has suppressed beginner martial for many years. How can it be so simple? Fan Ping letting beginner martial fight is a help but also a disadvantage. Hong Yu impersonated the earthly sovereign back then. There are some secrets too. It is not that simple. Today you might be able to see more. You will understand the secrets of the three realms better. Many people want to see these secrets, including the great kings who are intercepting Hong Yu and the rest. Do you think they don't want to know? Yu Wei's expression changed slightly. King Kuan, King Qian, and King Zhen worked together. The suppressing heavenly king did not unleash his full strength, but the three of them are still entangled with him? Do you really think that one of them can't get away? Yu Wei said softly, Junior sister, you mean? The three realms is a huge chessboard. Today, someone is not following the rules and wants to overturn the chessboard. Since the chessboard is set up, there will be people protecting it and correcting the rules. Those who do not follow the rules will not have a good ending. Yu Wei's expression changed completely. Then Fan Ping, Moon Spirit, looked into the distance and said lightly, Fan Ping is breaking the rules no matter what. You have to know that the few who broke the 8 dared not make a move easily. They have been hiding in the dark all these years because they don't want to break the rules and cause uncontrollable things. Fan Ping, let's see his luck. Yu Wei frowned. After a while, she said in a low voice, Then did Master leave a backup plan? The North Emperor was one of the 9 emperors. As for the Moon Spirit, she was an unexpected heavenly king. Back then, she was not a heavenly king either. And when the heaven realm collapsed, the Moon Spirit was only at the emperor stage. No one knew if she was a saint or not. If the 9 emperors had set up this game of chess, how could they not have left behind any backup plans? The bloodline of the earthly sovereign had 2 sons and many sages. King Qian, King Sun, and King Zhen all had the shadow of an emperor behind them. It was the same for weapon wielding and palm imprints. Even heavenly King Zhen had the shadows of some people behind him. What about the North Emperor's bloodline? Moon Spirit said lightly, Yes or no, is there a difference? Back then, my father didn't have many experts under him. The 3 emissaries and 8 kings weren't close to the Northern Palace either. Yu Wei was a little disappointed. Moon Spirit continued. Now, we don't know whether King Can and King Dui are dead or alive. If they come back to life, we don't know who they will stand on. On this side, Moon Spirit didn't intend to intervene and continued to speak. On the other side, Fan Ping killed a saint effortlessly and continued to hunt down the other saints. Uft! With a muffled sound, Fan Ping crushed a saint into pieces with one hand. He swung the god-slaying saber and slashed a thick dao. Another saint had fallen. At this point, including Tianyong, 3 saints had fallen. There was also Tianming, who had proven his dao. Out of the 11 saints in the catacombs, only 7 saints were left. Tianji was still alive. On the side of the catacombs, the powerhouses were retreating. At this moment, a loud shout was heard. Old Man Li's sword pierced through Heavenly Demon King's head. Bang! The head exploded, and an enormous golden-winged rock fell. Old Man Li was panting, but he was laughing heartily. Success! He didn't need to slash Dao. With one slash, Heavenly Demon King was obliterated. He fought with 2 venerable emperors, Myriad Demon King and Heavenly Demon King. The others were held back by Saint Yulong. The mystic dragon was taken away directly. After fighting for a long time, the catacombs' powerhouses retreated one after another. He finally seized the opportunity and killed the demon king who was guarding the palace. Heavenly demon king. King! Many true god demons exclaimed. Compared to those unfamiliar saints, the death of Heavenly Demon King made them tremble. This was the overlord of one of the catacombs' four main palaces, the king who guarded the palaces. Now he was dead too. The Life King was dead. The Heavenly Demon King was dead. Almost half of the demons had betrayed them. At this moment, the remaining demons were terrified. At this moment, a few demons who were fighting with the humans suddenly roared loudly. We are willing to respect the Demon Emperor as our master. Humans, please let us live. The Sea Guardian was still working with the humans. At this moment, this was the only way to survive. The human powerhouses were hesitant. Fong Ping's voice was heard. Someone is stained with human blood. I don't want to identify them one by one. If you want to leave now, kill the catacombs' true gods and exchange your life for theirs. What do you think, Demon Emperor? The Sea Guardian's voice was indifferent. Okay, it was not that simple to pledge allegiance. The Sea Guardian also wanted these demons to draw a clear line between them and the catacombs. Only by killing the catacombs' powerhouses could they pledge allegiance to the demon court. As soon as he said that, more than 10 demons roared and charged toward the nearby catacombs' powerhouses. Survival. Survival. Fong Ping was not so easy to talk to. He did not say much about the first batch of demons that pledged allegiance to the demon court. However, at this time the humans had the upper hand. There were still people who wanted to take the opportunity to save their lives. Of course, they had to pay the price. Kill. On the human side, Shin Hao-Yin and the rest were excited. Crush the catacombs. Not all of the catacombs' 100 true gods participated in the battle previously. Some were guarding the 4 directions, and some chose to participate in the battle. However, there were more than 20 demons that pledged allegiance to the demon court. A few more were killed by the emperor level. At this moment, some of the true gods who did not have time to participate in the battle were now holed up in the restricted area, not daring to join the battle at all. Although the humans did not have as many absolute powerhouses as them, they were still completely suppressed. Rumble. True gods were dying constantly. An emperor-level powerhouse was killed. The Black Dragon was captured. The combat power was already unbalanced. Old Man Li was killing Myriad Demon King until he kept retreating, trying to escape the restricted area. Sage Yulong was also overjoyed. He killed a few venerable emperors until they bled continuously. Victory! These people had long lost the will to fight and fled. At this moment, whoever ran slower might be killed on the spot. The sky fell and the earth cracked. The blood rain dyed the 3 realms blood red. These saints from Heavenly Wood were in a stalemate previously and did not participate in the battle. However, now they all erupted rapidly. They did not aim to kill the enemy, but they could still entangle the enemy. If they were entangled, these people might die. Rumble. The ground of the southern region collapsed. The mountains crumbled. Blood-red rain covered the entire southern region. Countless catacombs, people trembled. Countless people died instantly from the aftershock. Crying and wailing were of no use. This was why the humans insisted on setting the battlefield in the catacombs and not the human world. Otherwise, who would have the time to protect the ordinary people when the battle started? Li Zhu was also in a frenzy at this moment. He fought a bloody battle and defeated Zhang Tao again. He roared, "Hongyu, is the earthly emperor's avatar really annihilated? Do you want to watch the heavenly court collapse?" They could not get rid of these human powerhouses quickly. If this went on, all powerhouses below the heavenly king level would be killed. Fong Ping and Dragon Form had already gotten rid of the saints. Right now, Fong Ping and Dragon Form had joined forces. Together with Fong Ping and Dragon Form, 3 saints were killed instantly when they encountered them. At this moment, Hongyu, looked at the sea envoy who was still entangled with him and roared, "Kunpeng, you bastards, how dare you!" Hong Yu was really angry. If the sea envoy had not been entangled with him, this would not have happened. At this moment, Hong Yu could not take it anymore. He took out a jade-colored seal and spat a mouthful of blood on it. Hong Yu murmured in a low voice, "The three realms are in chaos. The origin is in danger. The heavenly court is about to be destroyed. Emperor, please return." As soon as he finished speaking, the jade-colored seal broke through the void and disappeared instantly. At this moment, the sea envoy's expression changed slightly. It was not just the sea envoy. Fang Ping's expression changed too. Was the emperor really returning? Hong Yu ignored them. Blood continued to spurt from his mouth. His mentality continued to be depleted, and his origin chi began to leak. It was as if he was controlling the jade seal to escape. At this moment, beside Fang Ping, Dragon Form suddenly muttered, "Liar, that little jade seal has rushed to the origin universe. It's flying so fast." Fang Ping's consciousness entered the origin world hurriedly. He appeared outside the origin world instantly and looked around. At this moment, he saw it too. A huge jade seal was rapidly traversing through the origin universe, flying toward the endless darkness. Fang Ping frowned. He snorted coldly and shouted angrily, "Kill! Even if the emperor returns, I will kill them all today. Killing one is worth it. Killing two is worth it. Kill!" Hong Yu and the rest did not expect that Fang Ping and the rest were not afraid. Instead, they were excited. So what if the emperor returns? They were going to die anyway. Why not die a little more heroically? Fang Ping roared. At this moment, the origin world descended into reality and trapped a saint. The heaven-confining bell vibrated. The god-slaying saber broke through the void. With a rumble, the other party's origin world was shattered. Die! Fang Ping's origin world collided. With a rumble, the saint's origin world was smashed into pieces. Fang Ping did not care about these saints anymore. He broke through the void and appeared in front of a few heavenly emperors in an instant. He threw a punch. 2 heavenly emperors did not have time to react and were smashed into pieces by his punch. Fang Ping's golden body could fight an emperor level, not to mention he had the origin enhancement. The emperor has arrived. The humans will take a bite out of him. The rest can leave. The emperor won't dare to kill all the powerhouses in the origin. Fang Ping roared and looked at 8th heaven again. There, the void was already in chaos, but he still could not kill the weapon master. At this moment, the origin universe was already shaking. The weapon master suddenly laughed out loud. His origin great, Tao, had almost been sealed, but now it was about to be unsealed. Someone was stirring the Tao in the depths of the origin, shaking the origin to help him break the seal. At this moment, Heavenly Arm looked helpless. Hong Yu and the rest breathed a sigh of relief. The weapon master was fine. He was fine. At this moment, the origin was shaking. Perhaps soon, someone would arrive and kill these people. At this moment, the breaking 8 powerhouse who had transformed into heaven and earth suddenly appeared in 8th heaven, no longer transforming into heaven and earth. He looked at Heavenly Arm with some regret, some disappointment, and some despair. Someone was in the depths of the origin world, shaking the origin and breaking open his beginner martial world. Who could do it? Across the endless universe, shaking the origin. Perhaps it was really the emperor. There was really a living emperor, and he had received Hong Yu's voice transmission. This person was extremely old, his face pale and bitter. Heavenly Arm, beginner martial. Is this really the end? Heavenly Arm's expression was also ugly. He looked at the weapon master who had survived the disaster and was about to speak when the old breaking 8 powerhouse suddenly laughed and said, "I was originally a mortal. In the past, there were endless natural and man-made disasters. My tribe was attacked by wild beasts, and the people in the tribe became delicious food for the wild beasts, That year I heard that there was someone with extraordinary strength who could defeat the wild beasts, the natural and man-made disasters. I traveled all over the land, searching for powerhouses, but I had no luck to meet one. By chance, I broke the mystery of the human body, stepped into beginner martial, killed the wild beasts and monsters, rebuilt the tribe. Yuan Hua, Heavenly Arms shouted, a little sorrowful, but it was as if he had already expected it and made arrangements. Yuan Hua, who was beginner martial 8, chuckled and said, Heavenly Arm, remember to help me take care of the people of the Yuan Hua continent. I am not satisfied. The weapon master's expression changed drastically, and he fled frantically. Flee? In the past, you led troops to suppress the 3 realms, and many beginner martial cultivators died at your hands. You are the weapon master of the Celestial Court, and you have fought in the 3 realms for countless years. Your hands are stained with the blood of beginner martial cultivators. Today I can kill you. I am already prepared. Yuan Hua chuckled, and his figure suddenly became extremely transparent. In the next moment, a transparent flame burned, burning the 8th heaven, burning heaven and earth, burning the world. Weapon Master, today you and I will die together. Ha ha ha. Rumble. The entire 8th heaven was engulfed in flames. The Weapon Master shouted angrily, and the heavenly spear shot toward Yuan Hua. At that moment, Heavenly Arms' arms exploded, and he grabbed the heavenly spear. Red blood spurted from his arms. Freeze! Heavenly Arm roared and roared. The Weapon Master must die. He was the commander-in-chief of the Celestial Court's 3 armies, and he had killed too many beginner martial cultivators back then. Before they came, they were prepared to kill him even if both of them died in battle. They did not have to pay such a price before, but now they would fight with their lives on the line. Explode! A clear shout resounded throughout the 3 realms. At that moment, the Weapon Master suddenly screamed. With a rumble, his head exploded, and his source world appeared. Everyone saw a huge great Tao that traversed the 8th heaven. In the 8th heaven, an incredibly powerful spiritual energy exploded at the same time. A peak 8 cultivator had self-detonated his spiritual energy and blasted the Weapon Master's source world out. Rumble. The source great Tao was wrapped in a ball of light, and it kept breaking. The Weapon Master roared and roared. The others were all stunned. A peak 8 cultivator had self-detonated. Brother, Yuan Hua! Tears welled up in Heavenly Arms' eyes. He was not injured. Yuan Hua was a peak 8 cultivator, and he still had control. He had good control of the beginner martial path to begin with. Yuan Hua! At that moment, Heavenly King subduing murmured. He knew Yuan Hua as well. He was Master's good friend, a mentality powerhouse, and one of the leaders of the beginner martial path. He had been defeated in the great battle and had not appeared in the 3 realms for a long time. He did not expect that this meeting would be an eternal one. Weapon Master, accompany Brother Yuan Hua to the afterlife. Heavenly Arm chuckled. In the next moment, he punched out, blasting directly into the broken Great Tao. At the end of the Great Tao, a door appeared. It was already open. Heavenly Arm laughed again. Vitality Gate? You still want to live? It's not that simple. Explode. At that moment, a pair of pure jade arms exploded with a rumble at the end of the Great Tao. Rumble. The Source universe was shaking. One peak 8 cultivator self-detonated, blasting open the passage to the Source universe. The other peak 8 cultivator self-detonated his strongest pair of jade arms. The power was also incomparably powerful. Fong Ping and the others could feel the Great Tao trembling. Some of the sages were dizzy. The Great Tao shook. There was a rumble. Everyone saw that in the Source universe, an incomparably huge star exploded, and a broken gate was directly destroyed. Sigh. The sigh shook the Source universe. It came from the depths of the Source universe. At that moment, the Weapon Master's apparition appeared in the Source universe. It was incomparably huge, but it was burning rapidly. At that moment, the Three Realms Weapon Master did not feel too dissatisfied or disappointed. At that moment, he suddenly laughed. I didn't expect that I would only see everything now. I still want to see the Real Gate. In the next moment, the burning giant suddenly leaped and flew toward the depths of the universe. Its speed was incomparably fast, leaving a streak of light in the universe. After an unknown period of time, a hearty laugh was heard. I see. Rumble. A loud rumble once again resounded throughout the source universe. The ray of light in the depths of the universe disappeared instantly. The Weapon Master had fallen. The source universe of Peak 8 Cultivator had fallen. Along with him, another martial beginner Cultivator had fallen. The Three Realms fell silent, completely silent. A battle prepared for only Emperor-level battles ended with 2 Peak 8 Cultivators dying in battle, 1 Peak 7 Cultivator dying in battle, and 1 Peak 6 Cultivator dying in battle. The Three Realms today was destined to not be peaceful. Silence. The source universe was in turmoil. The Three Realms was in turmoil. The tremors continued. The heavens fell and the earth cracked. At that moment, in the sky, a blood vessel as thick as an artery exploded. Woo, 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 sobs resounded throughout the Three Realms. Heaven and earth were crying. The Weapon Master of Peak 8 and Yuan Hua of Peak 8 were both dead. 2 powerhouses who had just awakened. One walked out from the martial beginner mainland, the other from the space battlefield. Neither stayed in this world for long. In the depths of the sea of misery, on a continent, countless people knelt and wept. Blood rain poured down, drenching everyone. The sobs suppressed the sound of the blood rain. One of the martial beginner leaders, Yuan Hua, had died in battle today. The heavens and earth wept for the Weapon Master. The martial beginner wept for Yuan Hua. So what if he was Peak 8? In the end, it was all for nothing. Chapter 1251. Broken 8 was dead. 2 were dead. Powerhouses. In ancient times, in the Battle of Orthodoxies 30,000 years ago, a batch of powerhouses had died. Since then, only Tianchen had killed a powerhouse. After that, it was the battle in the heavenly realm. Today, in a situation where no one was an emperor, 2 powerhouses had died on the spot. Whimpering sounds spread between heaven and earth. The powerhouses were still in shock, but Fang Ping was laughing. His laughter was wild and arrogant. Well done. Since heaven and earth don't give us a way out, then we'll kill our way out. Beginner martial powerhouses, the emperor is coming. Do you dare to fight and kill all these old origin antiques? Fang Ping. A clear shout came. Sky subduing king. Sky subduing king's expression was solemn. Fang Ping could not see that far, but at this moment he could still feel the sky subduing king's seriousness. Fang Ping was really going to provoke the battle between origin and beginner martial. The death of a weapon master was already the limit. If he continued, Sea Guardian and the others would definitely stop him. They might even join forces against Fang Ping. Fang Ping was going to send the entire human race to their graves. Fang Ping bellowed, roaring, "Isn't the emperor coming back? Didn't he, Han Yu, ask the emperor to return? What's there to be afraid of? What are you waiting for? If that's the case, then I'll kill until the heavens and earth turn upside down." Rumble. A loud explosion was heard. Fang Ping punched Maple King into pieces. He scolded, "You dog, I've been unhappy with you for a long time. How dare you join the battle?" Maple King was dead. This powerhouse, who had been the enemy of humans for many years, was smashed into pieces by Fang Ping's punch today. His mentality and origin were both obliterated. At this moment, Fang Ping was beyond crazy, laughing nonstop. He was burning his Tao. Black and white energy intertwined, giving birth to force. Fang Ping laughed. "Who cares if he's an emperor or not? Since he wants to kill me, then come. I'll kill a few before I die." Fang Ping, who had broken 6, was burning his Tao. At this moment, the 2 energies intertwined rapidly, giving birth to a new energy. The speed was extremely fast. Fang Ping's aura was also extremely powerful. Vaguely, the seventh heavens barrier was shaken by him, about to be destroyed. Senior Skyarm, what are you waiting for? Help me kill the saint. Fang Ping let out a furious roar. Heavenly Arm, who was heavily injured, suddenly came to his senses. He laughed out loud and grew both arms again, punching a hole through the void. The void shattered, and a broken figure fell out of it. It was the fleeing old woman, Tian Xiao. Sky Sword, Sky Goe, Sky Speed, Sky Qiao. These were the 4 of the 36 saint powerhouses who had fought Fang Ping and the others together that day. Now, the other 3 had already fallen. Only Tian Xiao was still alive. However, she was struck by a punch from a breaking 8 Ultimate Master, and her golden body was destroyed. At that moment, a dragon tail directly struck her golden body. Bang! The golden body exploded. Just as his spirit body appeared, Fang Ping's black and white force blasted through the air. With a bang, it exploded. He had fallen. Another of the 36 sages had died. In the fake heavenly grave, Tian Li and Tian Hui were killed by Fang Ping. Before that, he had killed Tian Yong and severely injured Tian Ji in just a short period of time. 7 of the 36 ancient sages had died in battle. At this moment, Yuan Gang and the other saint from the human emperor's bloodline wanted to escape. They were completely terrified. Even if an emperor wanted to return, it would not be so soon. Were there emperors in the depths of the source universe? There should be. The Tao trembled just now, and the weapon master broke free. This was not something an ordinary person could do, not even a breaking 8 Ultimate Master. But why had the emperor not arrived yet? Before they arrived, they were already in danger of dying because Fang Ping had gone completely mad. Dragon transformation. Hong Yu growled. The emperor has returned, and you still want to help the evildoer. Dragon transformation chuckled. The emperor has returned? So what if it has returned? Who has returned? Beast Emperor? I am a descendant of his blood essence. He wants to kill me? God Emperor, I am his disciple. He wants to kill me? Spirit Emperor? It's good that Spirit Emperor is here. I'll kill all of you. Dong Huang? Will Dong Huang kill me? Dragon transformation laughed. So be it, unless your old man, earthly emperor, returns now. Dragon transformation was extremely domineering. He shouted, Hong Yu, what can you do to me? If the 9 emperors want to kill me, then let them. Among the 9 emperors, a few emperors were related to him. If these people returned, not only would he not die, but he would also receive help. At this moment, Shui's ox roared from afar. Lord Emperor Nan is my master. Why would he kill me? Idiot. Lin Hai said lightly, I am the disciple of the 4 emperors. The 4 emperors will not kill me when they return. Hong Yu was not the only one who had a backer. Which of the 9 emperors would return? No matter who it was, they would not dare to kill everyone here, especially the disciples of other emperors. They would not be killed so easily unless the emperor behind them was really dead. The spirit, God, beast, and emperor and emperors were all back. Their safety was guaranteed. Even if the 4 emperors returned, Lin Hai would not die. As for the others, since Hong Yu had summoned them, they might be the earthly emperor. But would the earthly emperor dare to kill them all? Hong Yu's expression changed slightly. His expression changed. Fang Ping laughed. His burning Tao had reached a peak. Right now, his combat strength had skyrocketed. The black and white energy merged, turning gold, then gray. This destructive force was being utilized by Fang Ping to the acme of perfection at this moment. The god-slaying saber was cracking. The broken god-slaying saber could not take it anymore. Big Cat, stop him! Fang Ping pointed at the 2 escaping powerhouses from the emperor's bloodline. Cat's mentality erupted, suppressing the unknown saint in an instant. Fang Ping descended in an instant. The gray energy slapped his head directly. Kaboom! His golden body exploded. Even his mentality was blown to smithereens. "Stop him!" Fang Ping pointed at Yuan Gang. Yuan Gang roared, "Human King, I have no intention to be your enemy. F*CKU? You've already joined the battle, and you're still playing this game with me." Fang Ping laughed. "I'll let you know what happens to those who meddle blindly. Whoever meddles will die." The white-robed Yuan Gang roared madly, self-detonating his mentality. The explosion made Cat's body tremble slightly. Cat was a little unhappy. He said pitifully, "Why did you explode me?" Yuan Gang was not in the mood to reply. "Why did I explode you? Don't use your mentality to suppress me." That day, Cat suppressed Fang Ping until he was slightly distracted. It was clear how strong his mentality was. Combined with Fang Ping's burning Tao, he was truly invincible. At this moment, even if the broken 6 heavenly kings were here, they might be killed by Fang Ping on the spot. Fang Ping brought Cat and broke through the air. Yuan Gang's mentality self-detonated again. His face was frighteningly pale. His eyes were dazed. Finally, he gritted his teeth. His golden body exploded with a rumble. A small piece of broken mentality escaped into the void and disappeared instantly. He was also a ruthless person. Seeing that he was no match for him, he self-detonated everything, leaving only a trace of his mentality to escape. If he wanted to restore a saint's combat strength, he might have to pay a huge price. Too many people died. From the Emperor's bloodline, 1 died and 1 was crippled. From the Sky Chief bloodline, 2 died and 1 was crippled. 2 escaped. From the Catacombs' 11 saints, besides Tianji, there were only 4 left. The Viceroy was still alive. Qing Mo was still alive. Hai Yu was still alive. Fang Ping was not too familiar with the remaining one. It was the old saint who stopped Cat that day. The casualties were too heavy. Among the emperors, out of the 4 outer heavenly emperors, 3 were dead. Maple King died in battle. Mystic Dragon was subdued. Celestial Demon King died in battle. Myriad Demon King was also cornered by Old Manly. Another demon clan venerable emperor, Jing Qi, suddenly attacked. With a swing of his tail, the last outer heavenly emperor's golden body exploded. He roared, "Demon Emperor, Jing Qi is willing to honor Demon Emperor as..." Bang! Fang Ping descended in an instant and smashed his head with a punch. He said lightly, "Fish Cat wants to eat? Have a full meal before you die. I won't give you a chance." There was silence everywhere. Cat kept the corpse happily and stared at Celestial Demon King's corpse. Birds could eat too. With a wave of his claws, Celestial Demon King's corpse was kept. Then he stared at Myriad Demon King and said happily, "Big Dog used to eat its ancestor snake soup. It's delicious. Then I'll kill him." "No!" Myriad Demon King was terrified. He roared, "Demon Emperor, I'm a dragon, a descendant of the Beast Emperor. Long Yu Sage, Dragon Transformation, Heavenly King," he screamed mournfully. He was really a descendant of the Beast Emperor. Of course, he was not a direct descendant. There were many generations between them. However, he was really a descendant of the Beast Emperor. He was considered a relative of the Dragon Transformation, Heavenly King. However, at this moment, who dared to stop the crazy Fang Ping? Fang Ping had ignited his Tao and had reached the point of insanity. At this time, even if the broken 6 heavenly kings joined in, he might be taken away by him. Myriad Demon King was very powerful, close to the Saint Realm. However, facing Cat and Fang Ping, he was still cut in half by Fang Ping's saber. At this moment, Heavenly Arm threw a punch at Tianji. However, this time he failed. Hong Yu slapped him with a palm and blocked him. On the other side, Sea Guardian did not stop him. Fang Ping saw this and laughed. He said lightly, "Demon Emperor, it's not over yet, right?" A hint of helplessness appeared on Sea Guardian's cold face. He sighed softly. "Let's stop the battle. If we die again, the origin, Tao, can't hold on any more. Too many had died. Moreover, if he continued to block Hongyu, the source world was already in turmoil. Powerhouses might really arrive soon. If he continued to block Hongyu and watch Tianji get killed, it would be very dangerous for him. Fang Ping licked his lips and looked at Hongyu. He smiled. All right, I won't kill then. Demon Emperor, the mission isn't over yet. Just help me look after him. I won't kill those Saint Emperors anymore. Senior Heavenly Arm, escape by yourself. Fang Ping looked at Heavenly Arm, then at Zhang Tao. He laughed. Old Zhang, are you afraid? At this moment, heaven and earth began to shake. The sky seemed to be completely torn apart. It seemed like a powerhouse was about to arrive from the source world. Zhang Tao was also bleeding. He kept flying backward from Li Zhu's attacks. Hearing this, he still smiled. Do you think I'll be afraid? That's good, Fang Ping smiled. You and I will work together. We'll risk our lives and kill Li Zhu. That should be enough. Li Zhu's expression changed. He turned and ran. Fang Ping and Zhang Tao wanted to kill him before they died and bring him along. Both of them were ruthless. Now that a powerhouse was about to arrive, why would he risk his life to fight these two lunatics? No one said a word. Hongyu stopped attacking because the Sea Guardian stopped him again. Since it was not the Chu Wu clan, Fang Ping and King Wu, who wanted to kill a broken seven at the last moment, he would fulfill their wish. Hongyu's expression was gloomy. At this moment, the other experts no longer attacked. The humans were still chasing those true gods and venerable emperors. The armies were still fighting. The sky was falling and the earth was cracking. No one stopped. This was the real war of the humans. The other reinforcements were just holding the humans back. Even Wan stopped attacking. She hugged Fang Ping's leg and ignored Feng. Looking at Li Zhu, who was surrounded by Fang Ping and Zhang Tao, she curled her lips and said in a low voice, Why do they have to provoke these lunatics? They're in trouble now. Even he thought the humans were lunatics. These human powerhouses were too crazy. Not only were they not afraid, but they were also eager to kill. They were afraid that they would kill one less person before they died. No one was going to sit and wait for death. Even if they died, they had to die worth it. All of them wanted to create the most value. Blood flowed like a river. Feng, don't get involved, or else you might be the one to die later. Luan chatted casually like he was chatting with a friend. Look at you guys. You've driven these guys crazy. This is scarier than the chaotic era. There were only a few lunatics in the chaotic era. But this is tens, no millions of lunatics. Luan shuddered. You guys are really good. You've driven so many people crazy. They're all ruthless. In the chaotic era, they could have become nobles. Feng ignored him. He looked at the three people in the sky, his gaze uncertain. He looked up at the sky again. Suddenly he chuckled and sighed. I wonder who will return. After saying that, he sank to the bottom of the sea and disappeared instantly. No matter who returned, it would not be a good thing for him. He did not want to stay any longer. Zhang Tao, Fang Ping, you guys still want to continue fighting at this time? Li Zhu looked at them, his expression as cold as water. In the distance, Tianji was about to rush over when his dragon form appeared. He looked at him coldly and said nothing. Seeing this, Tianji heaved a sigh of relief, or for some other reason. He stopped and stopped moving. The other sages did the same. They did not dare to go near. Too many people had died. Of the 11 sages, there were only 5 left, including Tianji. 6 powerhouses had died. Fang Ping tossed the cat aside and smiled. Go back. You're not needed here anymore. The cat meowed. It was also looking at the sky and said nervously, Liar. If it's a spirit emperor who returns, it's okay. I can convince her. Meow. Beast emperors are fine too, Fang Ping laughed. Don't mess around. Do I need you to plead for me? Fang Ping laughed heartily. His tone was domineering. I don't need anyone to plead for me. I don't need anyone to plead for me either. If they want to kill me, they're stronger than me. I'll admit it. But Even if I die, I'll kill this bunch of old geezers. Kill. Fang Ping's Tao burned. The Saint Order and Heavenly King Seal appeared one after another, locking the void. Zhang Tao was also burning his golden body. In an instant, he exploded with strength, close to break 7, and charged toward Li Zhu. Li Zhu's expression was solemn. He did not dare to be careless. Fang Ping and Zhang Tao both had strength close to break 7. They were desperate to kill him now. If they were not careful, all 3 of them would die. Bang! His golden body collided. Fang Ping was like a raging bull. The black and white energy turned into gray energy, covering his entire body. He collided with Li Zhu instantly. Biffed! Li Zhu was bleeding. Fang Ping's golden body cracked. Zhang Tao was domineering. He stretched out his hands and grabbed Li Zhu's arms. Li Zhu was about to dodge when Zhang Tao's arms exploded. Li Zhu's expression changed. A barrier appeared in front of him. As soon as it appeared, Fang Ping's mentality exploded behind him, shaking the barrier. In the blink of an eye, Fang Ping broke into the origin. The origin world appeared, and he fought with Li Zhu in the origin world. Zhang Tao also charged into the origin world. He chuckled. Let's work together and destroy his origin. Even if we don't die, we'll cripple him. Li Zhu's expression was cold. The 2 lunatics did not care about anything now. They were determined to cripple him, even if they could not kill him. He would be at a great disadvantage, no matter what. At the same time, deep in the sea of bitterness, the beginner martial kings, including the sacred martial god, all looked at the leading middle-aged martial artist. His body was as smooth as jade. Underworld god, do we fight or not? Someone shouted in a low voice, his voice fierce. The original god is dead. It's not a loss. The weapon master is dead. Sky Arm is still here. The humans are not defeated yet. Why don't we seize the opportunity to attack and turn the world upside down? Underworld god, give the order. Underworld god, the battle of myriad Daos will continue. We are not dead yet. We still have the power to fight. In front of them, the middle-aged man looked up at the sky and murmured, Someone is coming back. If we fight now, we will die. Underworld god. The middle-aged man raised his hand and interrupted the people behind him. He sighed. We can't fight anymore. Retreat. Retreat. We are alive not because beginner martial artists can defeat the 9 sovereigns and 4 emperors, but we are just pawns. Pawns must have the awareness of pawns. Now, someone has overturned the chessboard. I'm afraid the human kings will not escape death. But this game is not over yet. It's just the beginning. Keep waiting. Wait for the last moment. Underworld god. Someone was unwilling, roaring. Are we going to wait like this until the last moment? The underworld god sighed again. Fellow Taoists, we have waited for 30,000 years. Do you want me to kill all of you now? Fist God and the others are still alive. If we want to fight, we have to wait for them to come back. It's okay if we don't attack. But if we attack, we will kill a sovereign. Isn't that great? As soon as he said that, someone gritted his teeth. Good. Then we will continue to wait. However, someone sighed. The human king is defeated. He is too impatient. If we wait a little longer, it won't be the case. The human king and the martial king are the chosen ones. It will be better if we wait a little longer. The underworld god said softly. The human king wants to break the chessboard, but he might not be defeated. At this moment, if a sovereign comes back. Ha! The underworld god laughed mockingly. Then the plan will be broken. Everything will change. Actually, the human king is about to break the chessboard. The weapon master is dead. So many heavenly kings and saints are dead. I'm afraid the plan back then doesn't include this. The weapon master is dead. The demon emperor is dead. King Sun is dead. Tian Chief is dead. With so many powerhouses dead, some things may not be able to continue. The underworld god said a few words, then looked at the sky again. he said, coldly. Retreat. Don't cross the sea of suffering. Those who should sleep, continue to sleep. Those who should go into seclusion, continue to go into seclusion. The war hasn't started yet. It's not time for us to go into battle yet. Heavenly arm has already attacked. If someone wants to kill him, he won't be able to escape. If he doesn't kill, he won't die. It's meaningless to retreat. Everyone was unwilling. Heavenly arm might not be able to retreat. After crossing the sea of suffering and killing the weapon master, if a sovereign came, Heavenly arm would not be spared. Just as everyone was talking, southern region, the sound of killing had become hoarse. The Catacombs army had been completely defeated. The scattered warriors were now all over the southern region. Countless martial artists were killed. They abandoned their helmets and armor, no longer having the lofty aspirations they had before. This included some of the ancient armies. The Divine Court Army and the Heavenly Court Army were also being killed and fleeing in panic. The fighting spirit of the human army was surging. Martial kings and human kings led the way, fighting to the end. How could these people not fight? Killing intent gathered. Countless people died in battle, but countless people achieved breakthroughs. On the Catacombs side, even if they had more people and powerhouses than the humans, now that Hongyu was entangled, Li Zhu was besieged, the saints had died in battle, and the heavenly kings had fallen, there was no fighting spirit left to speak of. They had lost. Whether the humans lived or died this time, the Catacombs had suffered heavy losses. At this moment, Fong Ping's voice was heard. Retreat! Retreat from the southern region and return to the human realm. Human king, no retreat. Thousands of people roared. No retreat. Listen to my order. Fong Ping roared. Retreat. Defend our last home. Whoever dares to force the humans, I will blow up the earth and make you and the humans become failures. As long as the humans are not destroyed, the earth will survive. Below, countless martial artists looked up at the sky. In the next moment, rank 9 powerhouses roared with tears in their eyes. Retreat, retreat from the catacombs. It was time to retreat. Otherwise, if Fong Ping and the rest died in battle, even if they did not destroy the humans, some powerhouses would not be able to escape death. If that happened, the humans would not have a chance to turn the tables. Out of the million-strong army, more than 100,000 people had died in battle. The remaining people were retreating toward the passageway. The paragons did not leave. They could not leave either. Whether they lived or died was different from those under the paragons. If the emperors descended and wanted to kill Fong Ping and the rest, the paragons would not be able to escape death. Those under the paragons might not be noticed. As the army retreated, Fong Ping and Zhang Tao became even crazier. At this moment, the sky was torn apart. At this moment, everyone seemed to see the origin universe. They saw an eye, heaven's eye. The sky seemed to have opened its eyes. An eye swept across the 3 realms and observed all living beings. There was no strong pressure, only fear that came from the bottom of their hearts. It was really the emperor. This battle had really lured the hidden emperor out. Fong Ping and Zhang Tao smiled bitterly. They failed. They could not kill Li Zhu at this time. Li Zhu was very strong. He was already on the path of breaking 7. Even if the 2 of them fought with their lives, killing a breaking 7 was still difficult. The 2 of them looked at each other again. Their chi was turbulent. Li Zhu looked shocked. Self-destruct. The 2 of them had gone completely crazy. They wanted to kill him by self-destructing at the last moment. At this moment, when Fong Ping and Zhang Tao were preparing for the final attack, a voice suddenly came from the void. It's not time yet, a soft voice echoed in all directions. In the next second, everyone saw a shocking scene. A hand appeared in the origin universe and slapped the giant eye. With a boom, the giant eye shattered. Blood splattered everywhere. Fight! How dare you hurt me? It's not time yet. Go back to where you came from. Boom! The origin universe trembled instantly. The light was blinding. In the blink of an eye, everything disappeared, vanished into thin air. Nothing existed anymore. In the sky, the eye disappeared too. Everyone was stunned by this scene. Fang Ping and Zhang Tao stopped self-destructing immediately. Then, Fang Ping was overjoyed. He roared, "Kill, kill all the catacombs, guys!" As he spoke, the sky cracked again. At this moment, a continent fell from the sky into the sea of bitterness. Rumble. A deafening roar sounded. Stop fighting. At this moment, powerhouses rose into the sky from the continent. Someone exclaimed, "King Can, King Do I, and the ancient 36 saints, 9 emperors first seat?" One powerhouse after another exclaimed. At this moment, more than 10 powerhouses rose into the sky from the continent. Almost all of them were heavenly kings. The person walking at the front was extremely young. He rose into the sky and said lightly, "It's time to stop the internal strife of the origin universe. We have maintained the 3 realms operation for 8,000 years. But now the origin universe is bleeding and the weapon masters have fallen. Fang Ping, Zhang Tao, you have sinned greatly. You colluded with Chu Wu." Fang Ping and Zhang Tao's expressions changed slightly. This was the group of people who maintained the balance of the 3 realms Lindsay mentioned. There were powerhouses from all forces. No wonder they had not been revived. Maybe they did not die back then. Otherwise, how could there be so many heavenly kings? King Can and King Dy were still fine. Fang Ping heard some people whispering, including a few powerhouses from the ancient 36 saints. Some of them had proven their Tao and become a king. Some did not die. This was the backup left behind by the 9 emperors and 4 emperors. They were their direct descendants, the group of people who maintained the balance of the 3 realms. Today they were forced to come out. If they did not come out, the war would probably continue. Fang Ping licked his lips and looked at Zhang Tao, chuckling. "Did you hear that? You and I are both sinners." Zhang Tao nodded. "I heard it. Do I need you to repeat it? Are you going to kill us?" "It's possible." Some emperors made a move, but Dou shattered the giant eye with one strike. However, they still threw this group of people out. Obviously, they did not want the 3 realms origin to continue fighting. More than 10 heavenly kings. There were ancient heavenly kings and later heavenly kings. The other 2 of the 8 heavenly kings were there. Vaguely, they should have the strength of 7 heavenly kings. Obviously, these people had improved in the past 8,000 years. As for the others, even if they were 6 heavenly kings, there were many of them. Their combat strength was also extremely strong. A few of the 9 emperors' chief disciples were among them, including the bloodline of the West Emperor and the bloodline of the North Emperor. There were actually people among them. Fang Ping licked his lips and suddenly laughed. "Interesting, interesting. Seems like the emperors still can appear, and there are even restrictions on each other. You guys have come out. After so many years in the 3 realms, there should be many of you." On the faraway mainland, the leading young man looked at him coldly, his gaze piercing through heaven and earth. He said lightly, "Fang Ping, the balance between humans and the land realm has been maintained for many years. It's not that humans are strong. Even Li Zhen is restricted by others. Do you really think that humans are strong because of their strength? I thought that humans should know, but I didn't expect that you and Zhang Tao." Before he could finish, Fang Ping laughed. "Wait, let me ask you something. What's your name? And nobody doesn't deserve to talk to me." The young man frowned and said in a low voice, "I'm Ji Yin, the 3 Realms Patroller." "Patroller? What's that?" Fang Ping laughed. "Ji Yin. I've never heard of you." At this moment, someone said in a low voice, "The first seat of the Emperor." Someone recognized him. Fang Ping nodded. No wonder they were not polite to him. They were from the Emperor's bloodline. Fang Ping licked his lips again. Suddenly he looked around at Hong Yu, at Li Zhu, and laughed wickedly. We're fighting for our lives, but there are still people hiding behind us and watching the show. Everyone, what is this? Watching a monkey show. Even the death of Broken 8 is considered a monkey show? I say, there are so many heavenly kings. They're a powerful force. Why are we still fighting? Hongyu, do you know them? Or are you actually one of them? Hongyu frowned slightly. Fong Ping laughed again. Interesting. Maybe I am. After all, you're the one who summoned them. If that's the case, actually we're the monkeys and you and the others are just watching the monkey show? Hongyu said nothing. In the next moment, Fong Ping roared, "We've been fighting for so many years. Do you think it's up to these bastards to command us? Don't care about those who are at beginner martial origin. If they're not happy, follow me and kill them." Fong Ping broke through the void, tearing it apart, heading straight for the mainland over there. Everyone was stunned. The first seat of the emperor, Ji Yin, was also stunned. What was this? The martial king also laughed strangely. Interesting. We humans love to kill third parties. If you're interested, let's do it together. Li Zhu, son of a bitch. I'm not going to kill you today. Are you going to kill them or not? Let's do it together. I'm going to do it. Luan laughed suddenly and dashed out instantly. Dragon was speechless. He sighed and could only follow. Fong Ping and the others would be sending themselves to their deaths if they went. Guardian C's eyes flickered. He smiled and said lightly, "King Human and Martial King killing people. I have to stop them." Having said that, he broke through the void and left. Fong, who had disappeared earlier, suddenly appeared and chuckled. "How many years has it been? I've long guessed that someone was hiding in the dark. So it's you juniors. I'll join in the fun too." On the other side, the Guardian Sea King snorted. "I knew it. Some people didn't die. There were a few people who unleashed their chi to threaten me. So it was you guys. I'll kill you guys." King Kuan glanced at the people over there, his expression changing. He looked at Hongyu again and suddenly snorted. "Is my father dead?" Having said that, he broke through the void and left. The group of heavenly kings who had just come out were all furious. At this moment, Sky Arm also chuckled. "Interesting. I want to see how this patrol is going to do his rounds too." A group of top-notch powerhouses had been fighting for many years. Who would be willing to stand up and be the arbiter? "Tizkeke, idiot, West Palace." Sky pulled Sked and said quickly, "I don't know your eldest senior brother. This has nothing to do with me. Don't bother with them later." The first seat of Emperor West was also among them. However, Sky Pole could not be bothered. "Idiot. Yes, there were many heavenly kings. There were also a few broken 7 existences, but a group of broken 8 existences were on a killing spree. 2 were dead. You want to be the arbiter. Why don't you see if you are qualified?" A lunatic was taking the lead. Perfect timing. Everyone was on a killing spree. If the fight continued, both sides would perish. Now that you are here, it's good to have a punching bag. Arbiter, spokesperson of the sovereign? At this moment, Ji Yin and the others were stunned. No one would have thought that such a scene would happen. As representatives of the sovereign's will, they were powerful. A group of heavenly kings and many sages were here. But the moment they came out, not only did they not scare the other parties, but they enraged them. Kill them. Yes, this was the will of all parties. What arbiter? What inspector? Did the sovereign come out? Those who wanted to become sovereigns would not be afraid of the sovereign. They were just not as strong as the sovereign. So what if the sovereign was stronger? Since the Heaven Reverse Emperor said it was not the right time, then it was not the right time. They did not need to worry about it. The 3 universes were filled with lunatics. Ji Yun was stunned. The other inspectors were stunned as well. He was only targeting the 2 humans, but Li Zhu, the enemy of the human race, had come. Why? Was everything normal in the 3 universes? P.S. Over 8,000 chapters, and there were only 2 chapters today. Also, I recommend a book by a big shot, Wu Ji's new book, Becoming Immortal with Gold. Just like Fang, he was invincible with gold.